He's got no friends left to give him an optics check on this. He is flying by the seat of his pants. This is like watching somebody who's never played chess before play chess, but they also like have no fingers. Dude, this is fucking rough. What are you doing, man? He got these in July. What the fuck is going on in these screenshots? You know all this. I've abused plenty of people. So, ImAllexx, a number of months ago, I believe close to a year, allegations came out from a former ex-girlfriend of his, okay? Which alleged that he was domestically abusive, emotionally abusive, verbally abusive, generally just a little bit of a piece of shit, okay? I'm not going to go over everything, just to give a recap. I'm sure that people have already heard this story, just to give you a brief refresher, okay? There was times that he'd hit her, although she admitted that she had hit him. There was a slap, there was a I believe there was a kick in there. It got a little bit aggressive with some of the physical violence that he's alleged to have done to her. From what I remember, loads of kind of screenshots, lots of audio recordings, including the classic, "Where is it?"
You really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the fuck up. Because this one, genuinely, this one, you fucked this, royally fucked this.
Okay. That kind of summarizes the nature of the allegations made against him. There was also a lot of stuff subsequently, where she'd kind of blocked him on everything. Phone number, kind of Facebook Messenger, everything. And he had communicated with her via, like, notes on Amazon gift deliveries. Very, very weird. Very, very, very weird sounding relationship. Exactly how long it went on for, I'm not exactly sure. Although they did live together, okay? So, from what she alleged before, it seemed as though, even to her admission, it was mutually abusive. But, yeah, he played a significant role in perpetuating that abuse. Now, the way it made it sound was, yes, she did retaliate at times, hitting him, kicking him, you know. I think we saw evidence of her, you know, being, I think you can say insulting, verbally abusive. But the kind of audio recordings that he had on him far outpaced anything that she had against her. And so it's difficult talking about instances of mutually abusive relationships. But, I mean, you kind of look at where the scales are kind of tipping, right? If you kind of look at where the scales are tipping, it gets a little bit rough. And he completely disappeared. There was no response from what I can see. All of his associates, Mimulus, Willany, I think that kind of crew, all cut him off pretty much immediately. I think even to the point, this is how significant this got, if you don't remember, okay? You've got this guy, Dan Kijibo, who the fuck is he? Almost like getting cancelled, or whatever, because of some rumour, some suspicion, that he was, like, still friends with Alex in his personal life. And he had to come out and basically say, like, I don't discuss my personal life, but blah, 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 right? This was, like, what, 2 months ago? So just to say how, like, this has rippled out, this has been huge in terms of, like, I guess YouTube commentary sphere, and the kind of, like, the ever-changing power dynamics. The games of Thrones that are played. But it all changed today when Alex finally responded. Let's take a look at that. I've been very, very excited to see this. Very, very excited. I'm pretty sure this is, what, 3 hours old?
This video is my response to allegations made by my ex-girlfriend Alice Hez, who I was in a relationship with for the majority of 2023. Alice hit me, kicked me, emotionally, verbally, and physically abused me, as well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship.
Okay.
Alice has continued to harass me by posting false information.
Dude, this is insane. Okay, let's wait. Are these not going to be covered in the video? Okay.
And blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship. Alice has continued to harass.
Where are my glasses? Fuck. Okay. Ellie says, impressive how you've managed to dodge every question asked. You've turned avoiding accountability into an art form. First by playing the victim, then by claiming it was all a joke, and now by shifting the focus back onto yourself, as if your experiences are the only one that matter. You're really affected by my existence, aren't you? This is Alice. You're really affected by my existence, are you? Noted, I'll keep doing what I'm doing to piss you off. Why would I ever satisfy your questions or be serious with somebody who posts about my abuser praising them? Okay. Wait, this is her harassing. This is harassment. Hold on.
As well as threatened me and blackmailed me constantly throughout our relationship. Alice has continued to harass me by posting false information about me, as well as fabricating stories about our relationship online.
Jesus Christ, I don't even... If you want to suck Alex off so bad, I can give you a number. Okay? I've gone above and beyond on this for me, on 45 accounts, which I'm actually flabbergasted about. To get personal as soon as... Okay. I mean, these are like nothing tweets posted
Me by posting false
at the time that the allegations came out, I believe. Right? At the time they came out, and what? They've got like 200 views. This has got 9 fucking views. Which, this is screenshotted, what, 2 minutes after posting? When was this posted? Because I guess the question that we could perhaps answer with this is, like, how long has he been preparing this? I don't think hitting someone in a relationship can be playful. You bastard. Where are you? Okay, I can't find it. I'm guessing not Royston's. Okay, let's just carry on.
Information about me, as well as fabricating stories about our relationship online to this day. All of this will be covered in detail in this video, and for full clarity I will be reading from a document that I have written to make sure that this is treated with the seriousness that it deserves. Since our relationship ended, Alice has lied continuously for the last 12 months that I was under a police investigation. To friends, ex-girlfriends...
Dude,
Continuously for the last 12...
Okay, DM sent to Jay Aubrey. And it's been dropped. Police don't do anything about these situations like this. They never have, unless I took this to court or he contacts me again. But he has been put down in the system. So anyone who knows how Claire law works can use this information, okay?
12 months that I was under a
Wait, is this saying you're in a police investigation?
police investigation.
Jay Aubrey leaked DMs. I mean, I'm assuming so. I'm assuming these have been leaked publicly. I'm doubting that Jay Aubrey has sent this to him in private. That'd be insane if he did. Dude, this narrative I can easily break down for you, because if you read that statement, you'd see I said I have plenty more evidence and can release it now because everything with the police has finished. Okay.
To friends, ex-girlfriends, and YouTube.
Bro, if this gets further with the police, would it be okay maybe making no your own statement to back mine. I think if they hear from his ex-partners about the same behaviour, it'll help a lot, but I understand if not.
YouTube commentary channel.
Okay, and then this is... okay.
Alice has continued to make false allegations.
Did you ever press charges against him? I did everything I could do, yes. Is the entire video
about me to
Surely
this
he
day,
explained
and said
some of
that
these
she had pressed
screenshots at some
charges
point.
against me in a comment on TikTok. This is a lie, as at no point have I been interviewed, arrested, or charged with a crime. But Alice continues to slander me publicly with these lies. Alice said,
Wait. Wait, what? It's on normal speed. It's on normal speed. What the fuck is going on? That's not what that means at all. Somebody can press charges against you, and what? You can never be interviewed, right? For example, like, I can have a domestic incident with my girlfriend, right? And I can contact the police about it, and I can make a complaint, and I can press charges, quote unquote, which is to say, since pressing charges isn't like a real legal thing, right? It's just cooperating with the police, checking on the case, right? This is all pressing charges. And I can do all of that, and my ex-girlfriend will never get a police interview because there's not enough evidence to warrant it. This isn't a lie. This is weird framing. And then he's twisting her being like pressing charges to then say, well, actually, I was never charged with anything. Obviously, that's not what she meant. I'm not liking this. Do you think he was co-opted? Do you think he was cooped up in his house for 5 months, slowly losing money, scrambling, looking for TikTok comments and tweets? I mean, yeah, this just seems insane. This just seems insane. This is an insanely, yeah, a manipulative framing. I mean, it's a dishonest framing, right? You take something that somebody said, twist it a little bit, and then be like, no, actually, that's not true. How the fuck do you know if she pressed charges or not? So fucking stupid. And yeah, this is not something he's, like, cobbled together in, like, a week, right? He's had how many months to, like, put this together? So I'm not going to give it the charity that I would if it felt like this was a rush thing. It's like, oh, maybe that's a misunderstanding. I don't think so. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh, though, okay? Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh. Let's go in with maybe a bit more of an open mind. She replied to this on her Twitter. Okay, one sec. Have you sent me that in topic suggestions? Dude. Good afternoon, Alice. As discussed during our telephone call, please find attached a document containing safeguarding advice in relation to the above crime report. Kind regards, Police Constable 30676. That does make sense. Maidstone Vulnerable Investigations Department. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this? Dude. Brief details of the incident. The victim reports that after 2 months of dating her ex-partner, her ex-partner began to become verbally, physically, and mentally abusive towards her. After 2 days of living together, he pulled her to the ground, put her in a headlock, and covered her mouth because he wanted her to, quote, shut up, before screaming insults at her and sending her abusive texts telling her to, quote, kill herself, and threatening to, quote, break my neck and my cats. She reports that he would call her numerous insults before claiming that she, quote, needs him, as, quote, everything she does amounts to nothing. I mean, yeah, I think this is all, like, shown in terms of, like, screenshots and such. After 8 months, she decided to leave, causing him to break her things, harass her on social media, and sending her letters and gifts with notes. I remember that bit. He was sending her, like, Amazon gifts with, like, little notes attached, being like, whoa, Alice, please message me. Dude. Yeah, I mean, this is also fantastic evidence. I'd have to double check exactly when her... Actually, when did her document come out? When did her document come out? Was that in August? No, earlier than that, surely. I'm sure we can see that in a moment. I mean, depending, because I don't think we've seen this before, depending when she made her or released her document, that date is going to become particularly crucial, okay, for what I believe around this. I believe it's around last May. It was definitely in the summer. Okay. Okay. I'll keep that in my back pocket then, alright? I'll keep that in my back pocket. 31st of May, 2024. Contact you ruling crime report. Okay. So... the victim care card came... Yeah, I guess that lines up then, maybe. Okay. Okay. So... from everything seen here, this would be insane if this was faked. Bearing in mind, there's a lot of fucking corroborating evidence. There's a lot of detail in this that would quite easily be kind of dispositive, right? You could just show that, actually, no, we contacted Kent Police, this person doesn't exist, this officer doesn't exist, this sergeant doesn't exist, right? So... this would be extreme lengths. Extreme lengths. An extreme on the document was June 15th, 2024. Right, okay. So it looks like she may have made this crime report and then 2 weeks later made her document. Because I do remember Nick being very, very close to that. Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah. There's... no, okay. We've been given 3 screenshots from different things. I'm fine taking that at face value, to be fair. That'd be insane to fake these. So I don't see any reason to believe that she has. Has he responded to this? Anyway, so, lies, okay.
Or charged with a crime. But Alice continues to slander me publicly with these lies. Alice said that future partners can check Claire's law, and later claimed she got me put down in the system so that any future partners who know how Claire's law works can use this information to stay safe from me. The information that is accessible through Claire's law would be a criminal record, also known as a criminal history.
Hold on. Claire's law is formerly known as the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme in England. Police are on screen. Let any member of the public formally request to receive, usually confidential information, about a romantic partner's criminal history.
All of this information is available on the Claire's Law website, which I will link in the description. Alice has said that Claire's Law can be...
Okay, let's take a look at that then. Wait. Make an application to the police. Okay. If you're worried they may have been abusive in the past. Wait. Any previous history? Where's he getting this screenshot with respect to... Wait, this is a fucking WordPress website. What? Okay, I feel like there's probably better fucking resources. This isn't even a fucking .gov website. Is this official? It's fucking WordPress. I mean, you can't see. Dude. Okay, this is his source. I feel like I need to, need to double check on this point about this Claire's Law thing. Well, is it even, it's moot, no? Is it even relevant? I mean, she's fucking...
is available on the Claire's Law website, which I will link in the description. Alice has said that Claire's Law can be...
She's misspelled the fucking... Dude. She's misspelled the fucking law. She's misspelled the name of the fucking law. I mean, personally, that doesn't go at all towards her lying about this, right? All it goes to is... she doesn't really know what she's talking about. Right? That's all that goes to. I don't know if I might have to double check. I'm not sure. I feel like, is Clare's Law something you have to opt into? I doubt it is. When you make a report, I'm doubting it's something you have to opt into, because otherwise the law is completely useless if it's passed, then going on or whatever. Okay, I might have to read a little bit into this if it's going to be important.
Be used and that I am in the system, alleging that I am a convicted criminal or that I have a criminal record. Alice also says in the same messages that the police didn't do anything at all. These statements completely contradict each other, as it would not be possible for the police to have done nothing, and for the police to have put me on the system as a convicted criminal or as someone...
They're so fucking retarded. Alex is not this retarded. Dude. I can register that somebody has stolen my bike. I've done this before. Everybody's done this before, okay? Everybody has done this before. You make a complaint to the police. You file out a crime report. You usually have to do this if you like make an insurance claim, right? If you're making an insurance claim, they will ask you if something's been stolen and you want to go and get it paid for on your insurance. They will ask you, okay, what's your crime report number? And you can tell them, but the police usually do nothing, right? They log it in the system, and they really, in terms of actual action, they do nothing. This is not contradictory at all. No, he is this stupid. I don't think he is.
With a criminal record. Alice's story continues to make no sense, as Alice later said that I was charged by police, but this would not be possible if the police never did anything at all.
Wait, what?
Later said that I was charged by police.
Surely he's put up the wrong screenshot for this. Surely he's put up the wrong screenshot for this, right? No way has he just showed a screenshot which proves absolutely fucking nothing about what he's talking about. She claimed that I was charged. No, she didn't. This is asking whether she pressed charges. Dude, he's so
This
fucked.
would not be possible if the police never did anything at all. Alice claims she had achieved her goal of getting me put on a list accessible via Clare's Law.
Okay.
And that she had saved people because of this. None of the statements made about...
Jesus Christ! Dude, it's blinking, you'll fucking miss it with this. Holy shit. Fuck. Okay. Thank God. And those were my intentions in the first place. To save on anyone who gets involved with him ever. Okay?
None of the statements made about the police investigation make any sense, as Alice claims she had put me on a list that would require me having a criminal...
There's nothing about being put on a list. I probably need to read into how this fucking Clare's Law thing works. I probably need to read into how the Clare's Law thing works.
Domestic violence advocate.
Hello, Eilish Cagbo.
Domestic violence group, more commonly known as an IDVA. So I support high-risk victims of domestic abuse in regards to safety planning and crisis intervention, as well as support to navigate the criminal justice system. As an advocate for victims of domestic abuse, I promote the Clare's Law scheme on a day-to-day basis. That can be directly with victims, promoting their right to ask if they have any concerns in regards to their partner's current behaviour or previous history. I also sit on a multi-agency panel meeting where we discuss domestic incidents that have been reported into the police within the last 24 hours. This allows us opportunities to identify any people that we believe may be at risk, and then we would utilise the right to know strand of the scheme. It also allows us to identify any new partners of reoffenders.
Wait, hold on. That's quite
to
crucial.
ask if they have any concerns in regards to their partner's current behaviour or previous history. I also sit on a multi-agency panel meeting where we discuss domestic incidents that have been reported into the police.
Domestic incidents that have been reported into the police. So that doesn't sound like convictions. That sounds like purely reports that are made. It's reports. Right, so it's got nothing to do with convictions then.
Within the last 24 hours. This allows us opportunities to identify any people that we believe may be at risk, and then we would utilise the right to know strand of the scheme. It also allows us to identify any new partners of reoffending perpetrators of abuse. When people think about domestic abuse, I think they can often think of physical abuse resulting in injuries. However, it's an ongoing pattern of behaviours fuelled by power and control.
I already know all this. I've abused plenty of people, okay? just to put an iron seal on it, okay? Because it sounds like it's reports. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I'm going to ask ChatGPT just to double check, okay? Okay. Hello, ChatGPT. Does Clare's Law in the UK cover only convictions and charges, or does it also pertain to complaints? Okay? Read it aloud, you daft cow.
Clare's Law, Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme, DVDS, in the UK covers more than just convictions and charges. It includes convictions and charges related to domestic abuse or violence, cautions and final warnings, intelligence and previous allegations reported to police, even if they did not lead to charges or convictions, complaints or reports made to the police, especially if there's reasonable cause to believe a person poses a risk. In practice, Clare's Law allows police to disclose relevant information if they consider someone at risk.
Okay, so based on the intelligence I'm getting from ChatGPT, as well as this lady, Eilish Kagbo, I'm going to conclude that Alex is retarded. Okay, although to be fair, I'm going to give him a little bit of charity on that. As much as I think he is actually wrong, okay? As much as I do think he is wrong, I think that it's like, he thinks he's got a point, and so he's holding on to it to then argue blah, 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 blah. He may not actually know whether there's been a report made against him or not. You can ask the police if there has been an allegation made against you. I don't know that they're under any kind of, obligation to actually tell you. Dude, he just straight up lies. Just wait, okay.
Criminal record and a caution from the police, but also says the police didn't do anything at all. This is because Alice is and always was lying. I would like to make it incredibly clear.
Is and always was lying. About reporting it to the police. Or I'm less than 2 minutes into the video. True, okay? I'm going to let him speak for a little bit. It's insane, though, to go as broad as that. That sounds very, very much like he's just trying to spin a narrative here.
I have never been contacted, approached, or interviewed by police at any point in my life, and I do not have a record or any cautions. Claiming that I am a convicted criminal or have a criminal history is the first of many lies that will be covered in this video.
Well, she didn't even say that explicitly. Okay, I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this at all. We've got this retarded, poorly researched bullshit. Retarded, poorly researched, kind of like it's just thrown out there. This is the first argument he makes. You'd assume it'd be the strongest, but there's clear narrativization happening here. It's bare and out in the open. Dude, this is not... I mean, he's got no friends left. He's got no friends left to give him an optics check on this. He is flying by the seat of his pants. He's flying solo. Maybe that's why this is so bad. Okay, I mean, that's what's wrong.
There has at no point ever been a police investigation, but Alice has continuously lied to hide the truth about what really happened in our relationship and solidify the false narrative that she has built about me over the last year. Alice wrote all of these messages and posted the document knowing that the police investigation was a lie, as it would not be possible for Alice to share any information if this was at any point an ongoing case. A YouTube commentary channel called Samuel said that she had been dealing with the police instead of immediately taking it to social media when he spoke to Alice.
Hey, I just thought I'd come in to say that I've spoke to Alice, the ex of Alex, and I've also spoke to ImAllexx.
Larynx! Dude. How brutal is it that that Larynx, does he even get a shout out? Oh, he does, just barely he does. Dude. He gets a shout out in ImAllexx's domestic abuse allegation response a week after he quits, dude. Do you reckon if he'd have seen this would have given him, well, it's not a second wind, is it? If he'd have seen this, If he'd just held out for another week, do we reckon it would have gone like a 7th? He would have got a 7th wind? I should have gotten that shout out. I wasn't even making content then. Dude. ImAllexx allegations? Question mark. Plus Willie Mac Zerka pedophile drama. Okay, I vaguely remember this. I vaguely remember that drama. Okay.
Now, Alice is dealing with this with the police as well. Has got the police involved. So instead of just immediately taking it to social media and speaking about it, has also got the police involved beforehand.
Okay.
And is dealing with it that way. She's going to the police about that, trying to get the situation.
Ah, so they're looking into the Claire's Law shit here. Fuck. Okay, so this isn't out of Alex's. He hasn't decided to pick this up and spin a whole bit. It sounds like this was to do with the communications that she was talking about already.
She speaks about it online, which is definitely a change. Usually people just immediately come online to speak about stuff and air it all out before going to the police.
This is a lie, as Alice had already posted months before she had released the document that I was on Claire's Law in a comment on TikTok.
Hopefully they know how to check Claire's Law. Well, it's not really on Claire's Law. It sounds like Claire's Law is just a scheme for people to be able to request shit. Okay, so it was in June. What? Who the fuck cares? I mean, she's not even made like an explicit. She's made a single TikTok comment. Also, it's not even her claim that she went to the police first before ever discussing this on social media. It's just to say that before she released her document,
you got dicked.
She spoke to the police first.
Too big for your boots.
Mroliv tipped $5 through Super Chat. I feel like people broadly are abusive. DV, EB, ICT are common. Lying to defend yourself makes you look worse than just saying, yeah, I messed up.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's true. Especially with mutual abuse. I mean, personally, the thing that I remember from the Alice allegations and the Alice document, what made it so believable was the fact that she said, yes, I hit him. I screeched at him. I called him names. Here's where I did this. Here's where I did right? And it's like, it becomes so credible at that point that it's hard to ignore it, because in coming out about this and like making this public and, you know, making a big stink about it, she's admitted to doing a lot of stuff herself. It makes it thoroughly believable and it makes her thoroughly credible. But she's already admitted to a lot. But it also puts him in an interesting point where, I mean, what can he even do here? If he's starting off with this weak fucking shit, I mean, this is inconsequential at all. This is completely inconsequential to anything.
TikTok in April 2024. This would mean the police investigation had already finished and that I would have a criminal record 3 months after we had broken up, which would be impossible. Alice had also posted a video in April saying that she wanted to save the next girl that I would date.
When it's so bad, you don't get jealous of the next girl. You just want to save her. She's vaguely, you know, speaking about it on TikTok then. Okay? When I'm ready, love heart. Hey, I saw the TikTok suggesting abuse by a YouTuber. So it's not even named at this point. Oh no, never mind. Are you ever going to talk about what Alex did? Or just keep passive-aggressively posting about it? Speak about my own experience when I'm ready. Don't push a victim. Blah. Okay.
This clip is from a stream 2 months after Alice had posted videos and comments about me.
Okay.
Samuel says Alice does not want to come out and talk about this until after the police investigation had taken place, which was a lie. This is not how
That's not what he said at all. Until the police investigation had taken place. That's not even what Samuel said. All Samuel said is, she went to the police first. That's all it is. That's all it is.
anything has unfolded publicly at all. Alice has been posting about me constantly and also released an entire document about me after lying that I was on Claire's law. She did not wait for a police investigation.
After lying that I was on Claire's law. Dude, this response is like... I mean, whether you support him... I mean, who the fuck supports him? But I'm just saying, completely regardless of whether you think that he's guilty or not, this is insanely fucking ill-prepared. He doesn't even know what Claire's law is. Clearly. The way that he's talking about it, it sounds like he thinks it's like... the sexual offender registry. Dude. Also, yeah.
Because she knew there wasn't one. And Alice later admitted that this was the case and that the police didn't do anything.
Oh, wow.
At one point, Alice claimed I hadn't responded as she speculated that the police had contacted me, and that was why I hadn't replied. Alice was upset this
I mean, obvious speculation, yeah.
message had been leaked in a YouTube video, and she hadn't intended for it to be posted publicly, as it would be incredibly clear that she was lying about the police investigating me to the point where she was actively speculating and telling lies when questioned about it. At this time, Alice reached out to my ex-girlfriend's
Wait, was she speculating or telling lies? He's so raped, dude. He's so raped.
privately and asked my ex-girlfriend Jess to plan a statement to back up hers, lying about the involvement of the police to convince people.
Dude, I'm sick of him putting up these screenshots for like, boom, like half a second. Fuck me. I've been told by reliable sources, Lewis McClung, that Donkey Ichibo still supports Alex. Reliable sources. From now on, okay, this is going to be like my rule of thumb when it comes to like, you know, taking people seriously, in commentary. People who like come across very gay. No. All credibility gone. All credibility gone. Lewis McClung. ImAllexx. Adam McIntyre. Edwin's Generations. What if you're gay but don't come across as gay? I don't even know what that means. President Sunday. Listen, go easy on President Sunday, okay? The man has literally just been raped by YouTube monetization over like a 3-year-old VOD. Yourself. Okay. Maybe I've thought about it again and I reject I reject the new standard I just laid out. Anyway. Message made to my ex, Jess Carter. If this gets further with the police, I mean, personally, it's things like this that make me think that, yes, the police have been contacted. Because when people mention offhandedly, you know, if things get further with the police, right? The claim isn't here. She's not trying to convince somebody, right, that police have been called. I mean, obviously she's posted it on a fucking Twitter, so what the fuck is the point of me even saying this? I don't know, okay? But it's when people say it like this, offhandedly, and it's just like a little hidden, like, note in something they say, makes it thoroughly fucking credible. Maybe making your own statement to back mine. Okay, so that's probably talking about the police, okay? I think if they hear about his ex-partners the same behaviour, it'll help a lot, but I understand if not. This doesn't sound pushy at all, but maybe you think this is inappropriate? I don't know. I don't know. Is this cringe and maybe slightly inappropriate? I don't know. I don't think so. The way that I'm going to read this is going to 100% come down to, is she lying or is she telling the truth? And she's proved quite handily and quite quickly that, yes, she's in fact telling the truth.
Friend Jess to plan a statement to back up hers, lying about the involvement of the police to convince people that her story was the truth. Alice has continued to post about me and harass me to this.
What makes Alex so thoroughly, like uncredible as well is the way that he will show a screenshot here, show a screenshot there, lay out a kind of like thin breadcrumb of facts, and then boom, boldly state not a fact, but a characterization or a narrativization of what's happening or what he thinks he's proven, but he hasn't proven. This feels like a big fucking spin job.
Day, despite stating in her document that she was going to move on with her life after it was released in June. Since Alice's document, she went on to post many things on Twitter, TikTok, and in statements. Since Alice's document, she went on to post many things on Twitter.
Okay, so we've already seen these.
TikTok, and in
Okay, so we see. Okay, I'm not reading all
statements
these.
that contradict her story. One of the contradictions made was in a series of tweets Alice posted asking for YouTubers to reach out to her.
The fact private DMs get put in a video without contacting me or asking permission is crazy. Shows people are out for themselves and not the parties involved. Me would have been happy to approve and say more on the matter. Don't be sneaky about it. Okay.
So she can do interviews for their videos on the false police investigation after her document was posted. Alice did multiple
Copying Chud's take, you're no better than Soul. I didn't watch Chud's... Okay, I think I dipped in and out for a bit of Chud's coverage, okay? I didn't watch it. I had stuff to do before this. It's a shame, actually. But what are the take you expected me to have? What are the take you expected me to have? Lumpy Willie, if you want to call in, okay, and defend ImAllexx's honor, you can if you'd like. What are the take you supposed to have here? She literally just came out and, like, disproved exactly what he fucking said. I mean, what are you supposed to say? Where the fuck is it? Fuck me. I'm so fucked. I mean, listen. I would love... You know me, okay? I would love nothing more. I would love nothing more than to defend a man accused of some kind of, like, you know, hijinks. Some shenanigans. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm trying my best. No, I'm joking. I think he's fucked.
interviews where she has lied about me having a criminal record via Claire's Law and being under investigation.
Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? You think Hitler was bad? Copying Chud's take. Copying Chud's take. Oh, what's that? You think the Jews did 9/11? Copying Chud's take. Copying Chud's take. Oh, you think Keir Starmer's the Prime Minister? Copy. Listen, some things are just facts, okay? Some things are just facts or very, very obvious. I'm not copying Chud's take every time I give a very clear, well-substantiated opinion that is held by a lot of people.
By police. She continued doing this for months, and these lies have been shared in many videos. Alice said that she can give updates, and that people should message her directly, even though in these messages, Alice said that she hadn't received any updates or heard anything from police at all.
Since it was reported before I came out publicly... Since it was reported before I came out publicly, I haven't heard anything from them or Alex. I've asked for an update a few days ago and waiting to hear from anyone. Assuming his silence can be from them contacting him, but I doubt it. Can't confirm until I have an update from them, but I doubt it. Can't have an update from... Okay,
She told YouTubers she couldn't share information until everything with the false police investigation.
For legal and obvious reasons, I won't attach all the evidence I have, but in due time, it may be made public. He tried to get me to stay quiet online and suggested he would deny all of this. If this happens, I'll release more undeniable evidence.
Had finished.
And
Couldn't share information until everything with the false police investigation had finished.
Is that what this even says? This isn't even what that says, dude. This is so retarded.
And Alice as well, speaking to her, she does want to like come out and speak about this, like eventually after like all the police stuff, and just wants to be able to get all the information. She's got proof as well, and she wants to be able to get all that out there once she's spoken to the police properly.
This story at no point has made it.
Listen, it sounds like, right? It either sounds like she's made very flippant or very kind of like casual things that have been like misconstrued. Personally, I think that there's no evidence that any of this is a lie. In fact, she's proven that it's true. But it seems like there's a spanner that's been thrown in the works here, essentially because of the Samuel guy who's gone on to make overly excessive claims to bolster her credibility, and frankly taken it perhaps too far. I mean, I'm doubting she's like approved those statements. It's dishonest as fuck for Alex to appropriate those statements as if they're made by her. They're not. But then I don't know why people are going on live streams and saying, oh, she said this, she said that, if you're doing like these broad characterizations that aren't actually true. I mean, maybe Samuel will come out and speak about this, I don't know. I haven't seen too much of his content, but hey-ho.
Made any sense, as Alice says that she would only post about this after the police investigation had finished, but then continued to say that the police were involved months after she had posted her document, which once again shows that Alice was lying the entire time. Alice claims she can provide updates to YouTubers in this tweet, but made an excuse to people she was arguing with on Twitter that the reason she couldn't...
That statement you'd seen... Oh... Because if you'd read the statement, you'd see I said I have plenty more evidence and can release it now because everything with the police is finished. That was in September.
Couldn't provide updates to them was because of the fact that there was a police investigation and that she wasn't allowed to share anything until it was finished, and that now it had finally finished, she could share more information again. This makes no sense, as Alice had already shared an entire document about me and was then asking people if she could continue to share more information about me in interviews on her Twitter that were then posted onto YouTube. Alice wrote right at the end of her document that for legal and obvious reasons, she wouldn't attach all the evidence she has, but in due time, it may be made public. Not only is this not how police investigations work, but Alice has not posted more evidence since, despite saying the supposed investigation.
Because you scuppered off into a fucking, like, Taliban cave somewhere. Like, that's why. Like, you just disappeared. I'm assuming that's why she hasn't posted more information. Because you've made no response. You are dead. You have been raped for the last, what, like 9 months. Yes, why would she need to post more? What's the point? Despite it being like her own personal choice to want to talk about this stuff, why would she post more? Why would she post or need to post more evidence? Dude.
Had now ended. This is because there never was an investigation, as it was a lie. It would not have been possible for Alice to share anything at all by her own admission.
I mean, dude, and what's his evidence? Again, let's go back to this. What's his evidence that there is no investigation? That there was no police report? Destiny did the same shit. It's like, you can do a lot, okay? You can do a lot to try and spin a narrative, to try and defend yourself, right? Ultimately, you do not know if a police report has been made about you. You can't be that confident about it. It doesn't make the basis for like a good defense for yourself. That, oh, they never filed the police report. It's like, how the fuck do you know? Dude.
If there actually ever was a police investigation in place. Alice has continuously lied and claimed that this was the only thing stopping her from releasing information, and she acknowledged this herself in this tweet and when speaking to YouTubers. The reality is, there never was a police investigation, which Alice later admitted to. This is why Alice decided to publicize a police investigation, which Alice later
It's been dropped. And it's been dropped. Police don't do anything about situations like this. They never have unless they took this to court. Wait, what's... Hold on. I mentioned in my statement I wouldn't be releasing anything until he ever responded and tried to avoid accountability. Okay, so she says here, she's already saying that, okay, there's no discrepancy between me not posting anything. She said she wasn't going to post anything unless like he came out and made a statement. Because that's what he threatened he would do, and realistically, I think there's enough evidence out there for everyone to know and understand how shitty he was to me and as a person, you know. And it's been dropped. Police don't do anything about situations like this. They never have, unless I took this to court or he contacted me again. If I took this to court, I'm guessing she's not talking about a private prosecution. Or she could be. Or she's talking about suing? I'm not sure, but nothing here says that she's faked a police report.
Speaking to YouTubers. The reality is, there never was a police investigation, which Alice later admitted to. This is why Alice decided to
didn't admit that
publicize a
at all.
heavily edited version of events to damage my reputation with false stories and lies like alleging I'm a convicted criminal with a criminal record. I have taken...
This guy's shameless! This is shameless! Here's my read, okay? Here's my read. Obviously he's got all of this. Obviously he knows the contents of these screenshots. He's probably been looking at them for the last, 9 months, okay? He just wanted to wait to give his response because he knew that she was fucking cocked, loaded, and fucking ready to fire off more fucking screenshots and footage and evidence as soon as he, published his response. And so he waits 9 months, almost a fucking year right now, right? And just hopefully I can post my thing, I can muddy the waters, I can do a little bit of spin, and then by that time, maybe, she's too busy to say anything, or she doesn't want to get dragged into it again. Please tell me nobody's buying this shit. Maybe he drops a nuke later, but what the fuck is this shit? I doubt it. If this is his first argument, you'd expect it to be okay, boom. Strongest argument first. You want to break the ice. Everyone thinks you're a domestic abuser. You really want to shatter that impression, or at least show there's something questionable there, right? Hardest evidence. What is it? He doesn't understand how Clare's law works, and that's about it. I mean, everything else he says, it's just a statement that goes beyond the evidence. And the evidence that he has is nothing. And also nothing that wasn't already publicly available. Oh, man.
Taken my time gathering information and evidence as Alice has continued to lie about me and the abuse she put me through during our relationship, whilst blackmailing me and threatening me. Alice has created a one-sided narrative that does not show the reality of what had happened during our relationship. Due to Alice's constant posting about me and my own personal issues, my response has been delayed many times, and all of this will be covered throughout this video. When Alice's story was questioned by people on Twitter, she responded with threats to leak my phone number whilst also insulting...
What? Okay, we've seen these before.
When Alice's story was questioned by people on Twitter, she responded...
If you want to suck off Alex so bad, I can give you a number. That sounds just like a joke.
Responded with threats to leak my phone number.
Yap, yap, yap. You're arguing with yourself here, darling. I only offered you his number. Okay.
Whilst also insulting me and...
She was insulting me! She was insulting me!
anyone who pointed out these inconsistencies in her...
Right, so she said the small cock.
...threats to leak my phone number whilst also insulting me.
And defending him in comments because you want to suck him off so bad. Good luck finding it. So yes, I will fuck with you, idiot. Use your brain.
And anyone who pointed out these...
I mean, she sounds like a cunt, but feels unnecessary, but then again, I mean, okay. As soon as I start to feel bad for him, and start to feel like, oh, that's nasty, you know? You shouldn't say that about somebody. You know, hate them all, you know, body shaming's never okay. And then...
So I'm a fucking
and then I remember.
Bitch, retard, cunt.
Is it generally because you're just fucking brain dead?
Yeah, I'm very brain dead, yeah.
Is that why you decided to go on the fucking offensive instead of the,
Didn't go on the
maybe...
offensive.
Okay.
Good luck finding it.
I don't know what to call what you did. It was weird. It's always weird. You always take the fucking weird route. Just do the normal route, which is... Just do the normal route, but a normal
Wait to see his
girlfriend.
hands.
Acting
Wait
like
to see
this
his
is
hand
all
hands.
just me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut...
Okay, that's the clip. That's the clip. Oh, you're in for over an hour of looping. Okay. Dickers, can you say the thing? The brick line. Wait, I need to get the... One sec. I can't get the cadence.
Girlfriend
Yeah,
would do,
acting
so
like
I
this
didn't
is all
mean
just
it.
me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't
Hold on. I'm gonna bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the fuck up. Huh? I've got the accent for it. I've got the accent for it. Let me hear that again.
normal girlfriend
Yeah,
would do.
acting
No,
like
I
this
didn't.
is
I didn't
more
mean
the
it.
just
energy?
me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't
Okay, okay. I was super light.
Me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the fuck up. Because
I'm gonna bash your head against a fucking wall with a brick if you don't shut the up. Yeah? Did that work? Yeah? Better, better. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, okay. Let's get back to the segment. Okay. Third time's the charm.
inconsistencies in her document. Alice would then block these people after arguing and insulting them for replying to her post.
Wait, he's actually fucking moral frogging about the fact that, like, what, she's blocked people on Twitter after insulting them. Why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this?
Alice would then block these people after arguing and insulting them for replying to her posts as they were highlighting many of the inconsistencies and lies that Alice had made. Alice changed her Google document multiple times to hide these criticisms and has cropped messages that showed her
Whoa. Wow, this document has changed a lot.
used her Google document multiple times to hide.
Well, okay, that's literally just... Okay. I'm pretty sure that's just a standard Google thing if, like, a document is updated while you're fucking reading it, right? I don't think Google is literally going, whoa, jeepers, this document sure has changed a lot.
These criticisms and has cropped messages that showed her using the same racial
Racist N-word, okay. I'm pretty sure this isn't new. We already knew this. Hope and Seed. My father. So I was pulling apart the document that just dropped on ImAllexx and noticed that a few of the screenshots have been cropped. Interestingly, they were cropped within the document itself. So Google preserved the rest of the image data, which I was able to extract. So here they are uncropped. I write in my statement multiple times that I became reckless with my use of language because this was so normalized by Alex. I'm well aware this does not excuse my use of the word, but it's an honest explanation. I apologize for any offense this caused. So the only reason that she edited anything is because she called Alex the N-word. Oh, dude. This is honestly, is this the worst that he's got against her? Could somebody send me a clip of ImAllexx saying the N-word? Dude.
slurs that she had accused me of bringing into our relationship, as it directly contradicted her story. This was unacceptable behavior, and I deeply regret using such horrific language, and this will be further addressed in this video.
No
Alice is a
way! He's accusing for saying the N-word in this video!
relationship, as it directly contradicted her story. This was unacceptable behavior, and I deeply regret using such horrific language, and this will be further addressed in this video. Alice is a
You don't believe this. You don't believe... I'm so horribly sorry for using that awful, insensitive word. I'm so sorry for when I called my girlfriend an N-word. My white Anglo-Saxon girlfriend. When I called her the N-word, there was a lot of hate in my heart, okay? I've changed since then. Come on, dude.
Any evidence that these events had taken place, or that she had been at any point
It's a pet
abusive
name.
physically, verbally, or emotionally towards me. And this proceeds throughout her entire document, which has since been edited multiple times, which was pointed out by a user on Twitter. Alice's entire story has been built on lies, and in this video I will be showing screenshot evidence that directly refutes the claims that she has made against me, as Alice intentionally left out hundreds of text conversations that would disprove her stories and false narrative that she has created. Instead, it would show that Alice had been abusing me for our entire relationship, and that she has not stopped harassing me for the last year.
She's not stopped harassing you. By harassing you, do you mean talking about you publicly?
Abusing me for our entire relationship, and that she has not stopped harassing.
What's he doing now? He's working at Tesco somewhere. Nope, he's still working for YouTubers behind the scenes. They know who they are. I mean, okay. 9 fucking likes, dude. 9 fucking likes. Okay. I mean, this is stuff that's been openly, like, speculated by other people before. This isn't like her making some stunning revelation.
Harassing me.
No way. No way. I hate this bitch. I hate this Cataclysm person. Holy shit. I didn't even realize she had Twitter. Being a content creator is knowing you want to expose some people so bad, but you know their ass gonna sue you, so you forced to sit silently. Shut the fuck up. You came out about fucking Tankichibo and then got absolutely fucking destroyed. Absolutely fucking destroyed. Dude. Holy moly, Jemmy. Actually true. Actually true. Somehow, I don't even know how this fucking happened. Maybe it's because Lewis McClung is more theatrical and gay and stuff? I don't know how Cataclysm got off scot-free over the whole Dankijibo stuff. She was the one feeding Lewis McClung all his bullshit fucking information that was totally wrong. He should have checked it, sure. She should have known better. She was the one who gave the fucking information. Yeah, beef curtains being a racist statement. What? Lewis McClung is American. He can get away with getting that wrong. Cataclysm is British. I'm going on a huge fucking side tangent right now. Anyway, I fucking hate her.
Last year. Alice
But no, that's not harassment. It's just making comments.
Tweet stating that I do not have any trauma from our relationship together and that she never hit me. These statements are untrue, and in fact Alice admits to slapping me and pushing me in another in her own document. Alice had also been kicking me, which she admitted to me on Facebook Messenger after she had lied that I was on Claire's Law. And all of this will be covered separately throughout this video. Alice has done all of this despite claiming she was never physically abusive at any point in our relationship, which is a lie, as Alice was physically abusing me regularly, which she has hidden and now lied about publicly. Alice also posted a series of tweets in an argument on Twitter, stating that I do not have BPD, also known as
Boblax mentioned?
Posted a series of tweets in an argument.
I have an unrelated question. When you said Boblax said he had BPD, did you mean bipolar disorder? That's what mania is usually. Okay, retard who thinks they know what the fuck they're talking about, they don't. He doesn't have BPD and has never been diagnosed. Hope that helps.
On Twitter, stating that
so sorry, bitch didn't know was given information on something I thought was regarded him. Wait. Okay. So sorry, bitch. Didn't know giving info on something I thought was regarding him was sassy. Huh? Okay, these people unfortunately are both retarded. Or maybe I am. This is 50 fucking views. A 50 view fucking tweet. I'm pretty sure, like, you can just tweet out the word cat and get more fucking impressions than that. It's Twitter. It's literally just like it populates on someone's feed and it's there. Dude.
That I do not have BPD, also known as borderline personality disorder. Alice has even gone as far as diagnosing me as a narcissist in her document.
Okay, to be honest, I didn't like this, okay? I should have left just 2 months in, knowing and finding out the kind of person he actually is. But that's what happens when a narcissist meets an empath. They feed off it. Oh, dude. Okay, normally, seeing something in this. Yeah. Okay, that narrativizing is very cringe. It's very funny, though. Also, calling somebody a narcissist does not mean they've got NPD. Fucking hell.
And she claimed that she is an empath. I was diagnosed by my psychiatrist with what they believe to be emotional unstable personality disorder, also known as borderline personality disorder.
He's showing the medical documents! No way! Wait. He got these in July. He got these in July? Dude. Dude! I'm gonna need to... Okay, let's take a look at these. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Wait. I was glad to assess Mr. Alex Elmsey, who self-referred to me upon concern of mood instability and anxiety. A discussion was held on symptoms and presentation of this disorder, and I explained to Alex that BPD is a serious mental health condition with complex needs, for which you should be taken under... Okay, fair play. Yeah, so he did get... dude. Okay, I'm saving this. Why the fuck would you ever fucking post your, like, medical history? I mean, here, it's... What, you've got a history of binge drinking? Okay, interesting. Interesting. Past history of consistent misuse of cannabis. Cool. Jesus Christ. You've got a mental state examination here. Yeah, Psychiatry UK. Yeah. If you don't know, I probably should explain, actually. Psychiatry UK is a service, basically, to help kind of supplement like a failing NHS mental health system, arguably. Okay, they so you can get referred to them. I think they're a private practice, I believe, but they're funded by the government. It's on what is it? Is it right to care, right to choose, something like that. We can basically go to them, and it's like an over the phone, assessment. But I mean, technically, you don't need to have an in-person assessment for, like, obviously mental health disorders. But it's yeah, it's got a certain reputation. Okay, it's got a certain reputation. But to be fair, the 3rd of July 2024. This is after the allegations. This is after the allegations. So, while you were together in a relationship, it seems like you didn't have a diagnosis of BPD. So, is she lying?
The emotionally unstable personality disorder, also known as borderline personality disorder. I was then referred to my local community mental health
Womp womp.
team after the diagnosis from my psychiatrist. To claim that I haven't been diagnosed with BPD is untrue. Alice has made...
How's she to know? You got the diagnosis after you ended your fucking relationship, and after she released a fucking... an expose document about your domestic abuse. Dude.
made multiple tweets spreading false information about my medical history, whilst continuing to lie
Oh,
during these arguments
brother.
online regarding me. Alice replied to a tweet which she believed was about me, where she denied that I have BPD, as she thought the original tweet was in defense of me. When it was pointed out the tweets were not about me, and that they were about another YouTuber, Alice tried to justify her ongoing posts lying about me as simply sharing...
Hey Alice, I think the person you mentioned was asking me about a person named Josh from a separate situation, not Alex. Oopsie! Seen a lot of people say similar, so I thought I'd clear it up. My bad.
sharing information, even though nobody
She was
had
doing an oopsie doopsie. She was doing an oopsie doopsie.
asked, and she had said she wasn't going to post about me after the document was released due to the police investigation that she had lied about. Alice has continued to try and remain in control of the narrative surrounding me and my life for the last 12 months by spreading many lies, including this one. Alice has opened her document by saying that I will make a contradicting response to the allegations that she has made against me, and that after posting her statement she can move on with her life. But this was a lie, as Alice has continued to post about me many times online to this day.
Listen, everybody here has an IQ above above 30, okay? Hopefully nobody here is like fucking salivating onto their keyboard like as they're watching this, okay? I think everyone can understand if somebody says at the end, listen, I just want to kind of move on from my life ahead of this, you know? I don't want to constantly talk about this and hash this out, right? And then they talk about it later. It's probably not a lie. It's probably just the case that you had the intention to not talk about it. You probably want to move on. But then every now and again, what? It's your situation. You can talk about it if you want. Dude.
As I have shown and will show throughout this video. Alice claimed that I threatened her not to come forward with her story and repeats this when talking with YouTube commentary channels. Alice shows no proof of this, and that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been threatening and blackmailing me throughout our relationship and months after it had ended. I had told my friends that Alice had been hitting me. Alice denied this on text when she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me throughout.
What? Dude, I'm getting into a fucking seizure how quick these fucking screenshots are coming by.
And months after it had ended. Alice shows no proof of this, and that is because this is the exact opposite, as Alice had been threatening.
You fucked it. Wow. Wow? What? You're a nightmare. Wrong you're. Points against. Lucky I didn't expose that shit, Lamau. I just said I was looking forward to the house. Let me update my story real quick. And you did this. I'm not calling you. You're pushing me too far with everything I have on. It's too much. I said I'm scared, aka reassure me we will be okay. You couldn't buy.
Blackmailing me for.
Then own it and stop messaging me. Say sorry publicly. I don't know what to do. Just go away. Why publicly? Because of why you're messaging me. But why would you want that? What? A public apology? Okay.
Throughout our relationship.
Man, stay the fuck away from you. Man, stay the fuck away from you. You kicked me. Me. You psychotic freak. I'm not fucking dealing with this. Wait, so she's saying that... What? He's saying stay away from me. And she's saying, you fucking kicked me. Is it you psychotic freak? I'm not fucking dealing with this. She says, keep going. It's adding to the report. He says, you start shit today. What the fuck? Fix the video sound.
And months after it had ended.
Shit.
I had told my friends that Alice had been hitting me. Alice denied this on text when she found out and threatened to sue me if I continued to tell people she had been hitting me throughout our relationship. Alice says that my story will contradict hers, and that is because Alice knows our...
Dude, okay, the video has been low ever since I did the Better Call Saul background music bit. Jesus Christ.
relationship is not how she has portrayed it online. Alice has lied constantly, and I can prove this with the text evidence that she is intentionally not included as it...
Lied about what? That's going to be fucking crucial, right? If somebody, let's say, I don't know, fucking the woman who accused Prince Andrew, okay? The woman who accused Prince Andrew, did she lie? Well, maybe they didn't meet in, you know, that particular bar that she claimed. Maybe they met at the bar next door. Okay, does that substantively change her argument though, or change her allegations, or make it in any way different? No.
Contradicts her own story. Alice says we had a huge fight where I dragged her, covered her mouth, and put her in a headlock, and that this happened on the 19th of October, a few days after we had moved in with each other. There are no texts from this time that even suggest that we were fighting or had been in a fight, and that's because this did not happen. On the 19th of October, Alice asked me to call, and the next text message was Alice asking me to sort out my bike in the garage. Later that same day, Alice asked me what's happening, and I tell her the cat had shut me in the cupboard because I was fixing our heating, and then that night we texted about packages arriving the next day. At 1 past midnight, Alice tells me she had made me pizza, and then on the 20th of October, Alice asked me what I want from the shop, and then we go on to talk about buying Pokemon cards. To claim we had a huge fight or I'd physically assaulted Alice is a lie. I never did these things Alice has accused me of doing, because this never happened. Alice has texted her mum and used this as proof that this event had taken place after screenshotting the text in real time, as the messages display the words today instead of the date that they were taken. Alice knew she would be using them in her document and that she had been planning this full story about me. Alice has used these texts to make...
1 second.
I never did these things Alice has accused me of doing, because this never happened. Alice has texted her mum and used this as proof that this event had taken place after screenshotting the text in real time, as the messages display the words today instead of the date that they were taken. Alice knew she would be using them in her document and that she had been planning this full story about me. Alice has used these texts to make it seem like I had physically assaulted her when this never happened. This isn't the only...
I mean, claiming like you know, trying to claim a negative, but it's like there is so much evidence of other times that, I mean, it goes both ways, but be mutually abusive with like violence going back and forth, right? He can't disprove this, right? But she has a corroborating conversation or a contemporary conversation. Sure, it's screenshot on the day. Is that slightly suspicious? Maybe. There's not more you can say about that, though. Let me go back to this. Okay.
And the next text message was Alice asking me to sort out...
In my server, if you're on FIFA, don't worry, because I'm on a new game now. So this is 19th of October. And she texts her mum when? At 10:11. I'm guessing that's AM.
At 1 past midnight, Alice tells me she'd made me pizza, and then on the 20th of October, Alice asked me what I want from the show.
Okay.
A few days after we had moved in with each other. There are no texts from this time that even suggest that we were fighting or had been in a fight, and that's because this did not happen. On the 19th of October...
So the first text you've got on the 19th of October is at 4 PM. This is the first actually strong point from Alex. I mean, to be fair, this does throw up a question, but the problem is she has contemporary conversations with her mum. Right? They're getting rid of blind pick? Question mark? Good. Do bike. Come.
October, Alice asked me to call, and the next text message was Alice asking me to sort out my bike in the garage. Later that same day, Alice asked me what's happening, and I tell...
What happening? What happening? The cat shut me in cupboard. Why are you in the cupboard? Are you going to shop? Because you have a recording soon. We need to eat.
The cat had shut me today instead of the...
To be clear, I mean, this doesn't prove or disprove anything. I would still say she has a contemporary conversation with her mother about what happened, right? About this alleged incident, which she's now, or was then telling like 8 months later. 8 months later, right? The fact that the screenshot says today indicates that maybe she was documenting evidence, potentially. It only raises a suspicion. But, I mean, if you had to say on balance, which way does it go? I don't know. I'd call that inconclusive.
The date that they were taken. Alice knew she would be using them in her document and that she had been planning this full story about me. Alice has used these texts to make it seem like I had physically assaulted her when this never happened. This isn't the only time Alice has used similar proof to claim something had happened which had never taken place at all, and she does this many times in her document. Alice provided a list of events that she had written herself directly into her notes app as evidence and has attached them to her document as proof. But Alice was still writing these stories after she had said that she had moved out, which shows that these were written at a later date retroactively for this document. Anyone could have written down anything on any date and claimed that it was true. Writing down words into a notes app can be done at any time, and is in no way, shape or form proof that something happened. The texts between us from that time reflect a totally different story that Alice has not included in her document, even though she provided an exact date of the day this had apparently taken place. Instead, Alice has fabricated a story entirely and has accused me of being physically abusive to hide the fact that she had been slapping, punching and kicking me throughout our relationship. Something that she had...
So, what is he exactly alleging here? What's been fabricated? All of his physical abuse towards her. All of that has been fabricated.
Tried to hide from a document and has lied about on Twitter publicly. At no point has this story ever been consistent, as Alice said this really what he's going for? That we moved in with each other in her document.
I thought that he was going to probably go for like, well, it was mutually abusive. He's trying to go for, she's completely fabricated this against me. She actually abused me. What, and I never touched her?
And in her notes app, but then it texted me that it happened on...
I mean, tap the sign, but...
Fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't the second.
Just
and to be clear, the text messages
okay?
from the 17th of October also show that this was not the case. Alice started to accuse me of being physically abusive with her after I had asked her multiple times to stop her constant physical attacks on me. Because these continued, I had asked to break up. The first time Alice ever mentioned that this assault had apparently happened was when we were in a...
Say that again, bitch boy.
Times to stop her constant physical attacks on me. Because these continued, I had asked to break up. The first time Alice ever mentioned that this assault had apparently happened was when...
How? Alice says, being abusive and saying sorry. Alex says, what the fuck? Alice says, still doing it by the way. Alex says, I haven't been at all. Says, still have. I'm not fucking hearing this. You literally kicked me. No, man. You're insane. You've dragged me. You've covered my mouth. Oh my god. No, I haven't. Go away. You've headlocked me. What the fuck? Okay, so he seems to be claiming, or trying to refute it here at the time, right?
When we were in an argument on the day we broke up, and I had told her to leave the house. Alice accused me of grabbing her and said she...
Hey, Samuel. The man who unduly smuggled these false, fabricated allegations involved in the perpetuation. Actually, Samuel, if you wanted to call in, there was questions about some of the stuff, or maybe you're going to cover it yourself, about some of the comments made at the time by you with regards to the police investigation and exactly where that information came from. If you wanted to, no pressure. Feel free to message me on Discord. Or actually, yeah, I'd 100% hop in. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, if you're busy right now, it's totally fine. But yeah.
She could prove that this had happened because she had written down the date in her notes app, and then started to blackmail me and...
Yeah? Okay. Okay, cool. How's it going, mate? You're right.
Hello?
How's it going? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, Jim.
Yeah,
great,
good,
man.
thanks. Yeah, I guess I want to hop on call just because there was a question regarding comments I guess you made on ImAllexx's stream at the time.
Yeah, yeah. So that's all to do with me saying that Alice had never spoken about it before, right?
Or to say, or I think that it had been, she'd spoken to the police before she ever came out and made a public statement, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'd quickly like to clarify. So basically, on the stream, ImAllexx had, of course, watched, I think it was my video, because my video was the first one going over, the TikTok stuff. So he had watched that and had looked into that, seen my tweets going over the TikTok stuff, which I know Alex knows about because he followed me on Twitter at the time, and then quickly unfollowed me. So I went over that. I went on stream to tell ImAllexx about the DMs I had with Alice.
Now, my DMs with Alice, I'd reached out to her wanting more information about the situation. I'd seen her TikToks, wanted to know a bit more. So I reached out to her. She had said that she had made a police report, and that was it. When I spoke on Lyric's stream and said that, she hadn't said anything before making a police report, I was clearly misspeaking, because in that stream, Lyric's had literally gone over me going over her TikTok comments and the stuff that she'd already said. So in context, it's clearly a misspeak. But Alex has represented it to show that I was lying or manufacturing a thing. When during that time, I was the first person to talk about the TikTok comments, that she was already saying things on TikTok, so it would make no sense for me to then just blatantly lie about it, seeing as I was the one covering it, and Lyrics had already just gone over my coverage of that on the stream.
Right, that
and
makes a lot more sense then.
Yeah. And that's something that I'm addressing in my own video. But it was a bit of a bizarre take from Alex, seeing as it's very clear to anybody, if they do a shred of research or just look at any of my socials, that I covered the TikTok stuff before going on that Lyric stream. So it'd be bizarre for me to cover that, then go on Lyrics, and then just blatantly lie about something that Lyrics had gone over maybe 20, 30 minutes beforehand.
So to be clear, it was never a representation that she made, that she had never discussed this publicly before she went to the police. She never said that. No. All my DMs and messages with her, she just said that she went, that she reported to the police, and that she was going to do that before making a big document of any kind. That was what the conversation was about. Not that she wasn't going to talk about it on TikTok or reference it how she did, not saying his name. I think that's what it was all about. Was that she didn't want to say his name before making a police report. Because otherwise it'd be stupid, right? Especially because I'd already covered all that stuff on the TikTok, and that's how I started speaking to her in the first place. Because what it sounds like to me, I mean, I know you're saying it's a misspeak, but it sounds like it's a misspeak with regards to you giving your take, or you were just talking about the situation and you misspoke and it was inaccurate. But it wasn't a quote from her you intended to give.
No. It wasn't a quote from her saying that she wasn't going to speak about the situation before making a police report. She didn't want to publicly mention his name in a document before making a police report. In regards to me saying that she hadn't spoken about anything, it was that was just me talking about the document, not actually her saying anything on TikTok. Right. Because by that point I'd already gone over that, and Lyrics had already gone over that. Yeah. So that bit was a mistake.
I guess in terms of kind of mixing between what she'd said and then you're summarizing the situation, it kind of seems like maybe you were moving between those a little bit too loosely, and then you give a misspeak, and then so I'm guessing you're probably going to take the L on that. That maybe you shouldn't have spoke a bit too loose. Yeah. Oh,
definitely. Yeah, I'll hold my hands up completely there. My thing to Alex as well would be that within that segment and with what he's talking about in that exact stream, if you skim through that to find that clip in the first place, you would see me speaking about the TikTok coverage in the first place. So it wasn't a lie of me trying to say that Alice had never spoken about this, that she's completely innocent, that she's never said anything about this publicly. Within context, it makes a lot more sense than the clip that Alex puts in his video. It portrays that false narrative.
I think in the exact clip that you guys are talking about it, Lyrics is literally Googling Claire's Law at the time. So clearly there's been some discussion about some of the comments she's made previously. But it's
well, I thought I'd come on to quickly address it. I think that it's not a huge deal, but it's of course something that Alex has said about me. So that's of course something that I do want to address and just say out there publicly. Grand scheme of things, not a huge deal, right? It's not the most important bit, but as I'm going over the video myself, of course it'd be a bit bizarre for me not to mention that, or at least just address that. I thought I'd just quickly come on stream to address that and get that out there before my video.
No, that's totally fair. I think this might be the first time we've actually spoken, mate. But I've watched stuff before, and I like it a lot. Yeah, I'll probably carry on watching the video, but I appreciate you calling in.
Man.
Was there anything else you wanted to clear up before you went?
No. The rest of the video, that's the only thing that Alex says directly about me, saying that I lied about something. The rest is just him going, referencing me and me talking to ImAllexx and stuff that ImAllexx said. So apart from that, I've got nothing to answer or explain myself for. But it was just that bit that I thought, better to come on record quickly, because, my video might be out later tonight, because it's just a reaction one. It could be out tomorrow, whenever. But I'd rather just get that on the record right now, rather than leave that till later. I'd want to be like Alex and leave it too long.
Well, I'm looking forward to the video about you're about to drop in 8 months, all right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There we are. Cheers, mate. I'll chat to you later, alright?
Yeah, no worries, man.
See ya. Oh, what a nice guy. Yeah, I mean, I totally get where he's coming from. I mean, I did say earlier that I thought that if you are gonna, you know, kind of get into this stuff and speak to people who are making allegations, and then, you know, making comments publicly about things, probably pays to be a little bit kind of like cautious with it. But I asked him about it, and he basically just took the L immediately. Basically, I mean, almost kind of said it without me even having to ask or push too much. So props to him. I mean, anyway, let's get back.
Threatened me that she would go to the police and start calling me an abuser. I didn't.
Okay. So we're back into the texts where Alice is discussing what? Him kicking her?
The day we broke up, and I had told her to leave the house. Alice accused me of grabbing her and said she could prove that this had happened because she...
You've dragged me, you've covered my mouth. Oh my god, no I haven't, go away. You've headlocked me. What the fuck? Don't you remember? I noted the date, wait here. What the actual fuck is going on? 19th of October. You're insane. I'm done. Don't fucking come back. You dragged me onto the floor when I was walking away. You're a crazy fucker. Literally you. What the fuck?
She had written down the date in her notes app and then started to blackmail.
Putting your PC outside in the garage with all your other stuff. And I'll post you being abusive then. So maybe don't. Maybe chill out for a day. I mean, to be clear, that's totally fucked, right? If you've got allegations, make allegations. But as soon as you start dangling them, like, you better not do that, or I'm going to drop these allegations. I'm going to drop these texts about you being abusive. It does call into question exactly how, like, sincere the allegations are. But, listen, my read on this entire situation so far, right? And this was kind of my read at the time, that this seems like a relationship between two people who, at the very least, okay, it doesn't surprise me, to be honest, that Alex has a BPD diagnosis. It seems like they're both very emotionally volatile. They both have no skills that I've seen for de-escalating these kind of conflicts. Right? I think it's pretty clearly, it's pretty evident that she's admitted to hitting him, right? And then he's clearly got quite violent, or at the very least you can say quite aggressive and quite angry. Just two people who can't really handle conflict very well. They seem to be in some kind of just really abusive, mutually abusive dynamic. Now, if he wants to come out and say it was mutually abusive, we already knew that. It's basically just like which side of things it was. But he's coming out now and trying to say that he never laid a hand on her. Let's see how that goes.
Mail me and threatened me that she would go to the police.
What the fuck? Reminding you as you seem to have forgotten how abusive you are. And I forgave you. And I forgave. Man, stay away the fuck. Oh, we've already seen this. Can't believe you actually left over cleaning the kitchen. Put so much more stress on me for nothing. It's so fucking weird. Don't ever contact me again. I left the house because you kicked me and insulted me. If you put my things outside, I'm calling the police, and you actually have a serious issue. I'm not putting it outside. It's would be in the garage. Why would I want it in here? You left. For a night. I mean, right, so she's leaving for a night. Dude. For a night, she's leaving. And already what? Her stuff's already in the garage. I mean, okay. This just, like I say, insanely fucking immature people who can't fucking de-escalate any of this conflict. I mean, if you've got allegations to make the allegations. Fucking linking them like this. Top comment makes you sick. What's the top comment? Seems fine. This took so long, I completely forgot bro existed. The whiplash I got from seeing this notification. I don't think anyone will know the truth apart from those two and the cat. The cat deserves therapy from knowing these two. The fact we got Alex's response before GTA 6 is crazy to me. Huh. That's fine. Comments are not as bad. It's a good day for the unemployed. Yeah, it is. Repsion. Oh, Repsion, wow. All I'm going to say is that you're in no position to cry about the internet not giving you a chance to respond fast enough when you threw your friend Slazzo. Okay, dude. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Everybody wanted... Yeah. I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious. Yes, well done. You remember possibly the most famous fucking controversy Alex has ever been in. Cool. He's right. Is he right? Whether he's right or not, okay, agree or disagree, that's an awful fucking argument to make. He gives out his response, and what? Repsion's response is to say, you're in no position to argue that people should give you charity or try and understand your side of things. Dude, so what are you admitting? That he's correct? That it's convincing? That he has a side to argue? Argue against the response or don't. It's just the laziest fucking, like, Slazzo, Slazzo, okay, guys, do you remember the Slazzo stuff? Yes, retard. We all remember the Slazzo stuff. Dickers L, Repsion L. Shut the fuck up, Shelby.
And start calling me an abuser. I denied this ever happening and explained how it disturbed me that Alice was trying to gaslight me into believing that this had taken place. I had asked Alice not to come back to the house and that I would leave her stuff in the garage because I wanted to break up and I didn't want her near me anymore, as she had been assaulting me and threatening me since we had started dating. When Alice had left the house anymore, and
what, ever since?
Assaulting me and threatening me since we had started dating. When Alice had left the house and that I would leave her stuff in the garage because I wanted to break up and I didn't want her near me anymore, as she...
That is not what the screenshots show. What? That's not what the screenshots show there at all. You're putting her stuff into the garage for retaliation over the fact that she wants to leave for a night. That's what the text show. What? Dude, that's a completely dishonest framing of what's happening here.
She'd been assaulting me and threatening me since we had started dating. When
That
Alice
is
had left...
not why you put her stuff in the garage. You put it there as a petty fucking little squabble piece because she wants to leave. You're like, oh, okay, you want to leave? Okay, I'm going to put all your shit in the fucking garage. I'm going to put your PC in the garage. Which, I mean, usually is like, what? Not the greatest fucking insulation. Why the fuck would you put a PC in a fucking garage? Basically, it's just like, what? Are you risking fucking ruining it? Why the fuck do you even need to put it in the fucking garage? Dude.
Left the house, I finally thought I could escape our relationship and that I wouldn't have to see her again. This is when Alice began to start blackmailing me and threatening me because I was asking her to stay away. Alice told me that she was going to come back and that she was only gone for a night. When I told Alice I didn't want her to come back, she accused me of...
This is an insane framing.
She was going to come back and that she was only gone for a night.
Yeah, she was going to come back and she had only left. What happened? I thought you kicked her out. Didn't you want to end the relationship because of her threatening you and being physically abusive with you?
When I told Alice I didn't want her to come back, she accused me of physically abusing her. Alice...
These are all way out of fucking order as well. These are massively out of order.
Then threatened to report this lie to the police to stop me from trying to leave our relationship. I knew that now, if I tried to leave, Alice...
Don't fucking come back. You're a crazy fucker. What the fuck? Stay the fuck away. What?
lied to the police to stop me from trying to leave our relationship. I knew that now, if I tried to leave, Alice would accuse me of physically abusing her, as she had used this to get me to back down.
Putting your PC in the garage and all your other stuff. And I'll post you being abusive then. Okay?
From trying to end our relationship in this conversation.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, she... As much as I don't want to frame with her, side with her, because I think she's a little bit psychotic, and it's mutually abusive. So yes, I think she has physically abused him as well, right? I left the house because you kicked me and insulted me, and then...
Get me to back down from trying to end our relationship in this conversation.
Yeah, but she left the house because you freaked out on her. Apparently it was something over, like, a kitchen being cleaned, and then you said that, well, actually... Pack your stuff. You're fucking gone. Where the fuck is she meant to go? Dude.
False accusations and police threats were the final straw. I did not want to be blackmailed again into staying in our relationship. Alice continued to insist that I had assaulted her in our argument over text, but as I have shown, we were completely fine on the 19th of October because this fight never took place.
I mean, you can't really prove that, right? I don't know, dude. Like, I'd say it's inconclusive. It's inconclusive. You can't go firmly one way or the other. But I think you've got to lean like with Alice on this, no? I mean, it's text messages. Can you not just like delete the text messages? And even if that was true, just because you didn't text about it doesn't mean... What do people think fucking like domestic violence is? Yeah, like 6 hours later, you might be okay and you can be civil and, like, live together. Huh? Or you think your partner hits you and all of a sudden, what? Anytime they're in the same room as you, you explode. Your partner hits you, you have a domestic incident, and then what? You instantly leave. That's not how it works. Let's see the text later, okay? Let's see the text later when she's apparently hit him. And let's see if he, like, immediately leaves. Or, like, you know, completely stops speaking to her. Or that... Dude.
Alice has created this story because she'd been threatening me for our entire relationship with ruining my life and career, and she knew she could bully me into submission and control me with these accusations and threats. Alice had told me that she had recorded me during my manic episodes and when I'd reacted to the constant threats and physical attacks in our relationship. Alice would threaten to post these videos when I tried to leave.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Mroliv tipped $5 through Super Chat. He just wants to be a victim. I hate the Slazo/Zapdy comparisons, but he did the same thing with them. He tried to make himself the victim.
Listen, yeah, I agree. A thought out critique like that, okay? I agree, right? Yeah, I mean, the only reason why and thank you for the 5, that's generous. The only reason why I got annoyed at the Repsion comment was just like, you commenting this specifically on the video, and it's just a lazy allusion to like the Zaptai stuff. It's like, okay, or the Slazo stuff rather. Yeah, weird self-victimization though. You're right.
Even when we argued, I felt that I had no choice but to stay when Alice threatened me. Alice has carefully selected these screenshots to hide me denying the physical abuse and to paint a completely different story, which is untrue. In the full thread that Alice hasn't shown, I told Alice that I'd only tried to hug her as I was not.
What the fuck happened to his voice?
True. In the full thread that Alice hasn't shown, I to paint a completely different story, which is untrue. In the full thread that Alice hasn't shown, I told Alice that I'd only tried.
What the fuck happened there? He got fat. He got fat. Oh, dude, one sec. Can I find the video? It's like old pyrocynical, dude.
So guys, we did it. We reached 250,000 subscribers.
He's doing the old pyro voice, dude.
250,000 subscribers and still growing. The fact that we've reached...
So guys, my girlfriend hit me. Punched me in the mouth and kicked me in the back. And still accusing me. Still abusing me from over the internet. Attempting to harass me. Dude. Oh.
I tried to hug her as I was not talking about grabbing Alice.
So guys, she beat me. I'm gonna stop.
At any point in the conversation that she has tried to misrepresent. And when we discussed this at a later date, Alice says that I had hugged her and that I had walked away to avoid us fighting, which is not what she has tried to portray in her document at all. In one argument, Alice accused me of dragging her again, to which I sent her a voice message where I told her that it didn't happen.
I'm so confused here, Alice. Like, this morning, I was just trying to talk to you normally. I tried to call you, tried to have a normal conversation, and you escalate it to this. I don't understand.
You literally kicked me, dragged me, covered my mouth, put me in a headlock. I have dates, messages. Can you listen to this? Please? Okay. So she's made this claim consistently. Again and again and again and again and again. What's his response?
I don't understand, like, why this? Why does it have to be this? Why... Couldn't you just let me talk to you, like, have just a normal conversation today? Why did you, like, do you want it to be this? I don't want to fight you. I don't want to have fights with you. I don't want to have angry text messages with you. And I also don't want to be accused of doing stuff that I haven't done.
Alice then mocked me because I
don't want to be accused of doing stuff that I haven't done. Okay, so we just seem to deny it in that, okay?
brought up her slapping me. Alice texted me in response saying, "You're mad if you want to say I'd slap you," even though Alice has now admitted she slapped me in the document that she posted.
You're mad if you want to say You're mad if you want to say I'd slap you. You're mad if you want to say I'd slap you.
If you want to say I'd slap you, even though Alice has now admitted she slapped me in the document that she posted.
I mean, that's not a direct contradiction.
In these texts, I said that Alice pushed me away and gave me shit 24/7 to the point where I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her. At this point, we were sending messages at...
No, you didn't. You gave me shit 24/7. Pushed me away. Lol, no, I didn't. You dragged me. Day 2 of living with you. Yet, see, this seems to be consistent. You put hands on me, pushed me. Headlock, blah blah. Can't be arsed. 2 days in, so yes. You got whatever you did from me. This sounds thoroughly consistent over multiple text conversations.
24/7 to the point where I didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her. At this point, we were sending messages at the exact same time. This makes it look like we were responding to each other, but we were sending these messages simultaneously, as shown in these screenshots. When I said that Alice can't go around screaming in our house, it was because it was attached to the message where I was explaining why I had started to sleep downstairs because she would punch, kick, and scream at me.
You haven't said that.
So I'd been forced to sleep on the sofa. Because we lived in a rented house, I didn't want to be evicted because of the constant arguments and screaming when I would sleep upstairs. Alice has cropped these messages intentionally to hide the entire context of this conversation. Alice has not only not shown these texts from when this apparent fight took place, but has now cut around messages to portray a story which is untrue.
Did you get to the bit where he shows the DM where she calls him a fat retard boy? No?
Alice hit me many times throughout our relationship, and this happened consistently from the moment that we started dating. Alice would use physical violence when I refused to do as she had asked, and this is something she admitted to in a conversation on Facebook Messenger. When I brought up that she had been assaulting me throughout our relationship, Alice responded by saying that any girl would have done the same.
Okay. Isn't going to make it right when people are seeing you for you. And you said you slapped me yesterday. I was dreadful. Yes, I slapped your face one time. Name a girl who hasn't slapped a big asshole. I I mean, yeah, I mean, she showed that, right? This isn't stuff that he's exposing now. This is stuff that she showed at the time. There's nothing new here.
Alice also went on to send me a message where she said that her kicking me was probably uncalled for. I messaged Alice about her assaulting me on Facebook after she had posted TikToks calling me an abuser and lied that I was
please. Nice. Apologies, I'm back.
Me for our relationship to dating. Alice
resume.
Alice would use physical violence when I refused to do as she had asked, and this is something she admitted to in a conversation on Facebook Messenger. When I brought up that she had been assaulting me throughout our relationship, Alice responded by saying that any girl would have done the same. Alice also went on to send me a message where she said that her kicking me was probably uncalled.
I remember pushing you away from me. I didn't just go ahead and start kicking hard to you. But yeah, it's probably uncalled for. What? We're talking about shit you did, or it's because of everything over the years it's built on, yeah? I don't want you to think I don't want you to think I want to be a victim. I don't want to be perceived. I don't want to be seen. I want to be alone. And truly alone. I don't want friends. I don't want messages. Dude. I remember pushing you away from me. I didn't just go ahead and start kicking hard, but it's probably uncalled for. What is this in reference? What's this in reference to? This could be two completely different situations, right? Either one of them, she's trying to push him away, and he's saying, whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like in bed, and he's trying to go to sleep, and then she's pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and then she's kicking and kicking and kicking, right? It could go that way, or they're both having a tussle. She's pushing back. He's like, what, trying to like hit her or something, and then eventually, bang, she kicks and takes it too far, right? She kind of escalates it to another level. It's hard to tell. This is the thing. This is the thing with like mutually abusive relationships. It gets so messy to like disentangle who's like starting these things and who's just like perpetuating them and feeding into them. It is so fucking messy. What are the fucking red faces for?
Just Alice about her assaulting me on Facebook after she had posted TikToks calling me an abuser and lied that I was on Claire's Law and under a police investigation. I questioned why Alice was doing this when she had been physically assaulting me throughout our relationship. I told her because of this, I would have to defend myself because of the accusations she had posted publicly. This is when Alice threatened to sue me for suggesting that she had slapped me, which she later admitted to in her document. I messaged Alice about the time she had kicked me, which had led to me sleeping on the sofa and staying away from her to stop her from assaulting me. I retold this story on messages, and Alice replied,
"But I didn't just randomly start kicking you. I probably pushed you away. Can you play the whole thing? I didn't kick you multiple. I didn't kick you multiple times and hard. I didn't randomly start kicking you no reason. And I'm sorry, I would have gone into more details. I'm just a mess today. Okay? I didn't randomly start kicking you for no reason." He says, "I know. We were arguing. I did something. I can't remember what. Something dumb like I was in bed naked, and you told me to go downstairs, and I ignored you." So we can't remember.
Saying she didn't just start kicking me randomly for no reason. Alice admits in these messages that she was kicking me because I had refused to put my shirt on, which is her reason for assaulting me. Alice responded with, "Yeah, that's pretty stupid," in response to me refusing to put my shirt on. This is because I had a skin condition that Alice was aware of. I said it was stupid at the time because I regretted not just doing as Alice had asked, as it would have avoided her assaulting me, and we wouldn't have ended up arguing. We had also texted about this exact situation.
Well, no, you said it was stupid because you can't remember. I'm sorry. I'm shaking. This is really traumatic for me. And I'm sorry if I'm not clear. And it's not because of you.
Assaulting me, and we wouldn't have ended. ended up arguing. We had also texted about this exact situation. I told Alice I didn't want to upset her as she was angry that I no longer would share a bed with her anymore because she had been kicking me and calling me.
Huh? I was going to go downstairs because all you do is get mad at me in bed. Didn't force anything. It's normal to do it. I literally was sad about you going all the time. I don't want to upset you. And asked you to stay like fucking hell. That's why I was asking questions in the kitchen. Read the room. I wanted you to be with me, my god. Yeah, but you then call me fat and kick me in bed. It's hard. I don't understand. All I wanted to do ever is be with you, play games with you. I come down to kiss you. Okay.
Fat because I had told her that I couldn't sleep with a shirt on because of my illness. I've had a skin condition since 2021 that was brought on by stress. This skin condition would cause me to have full body itching episodes
It's fucking
when
leprosy.
I was touched, pushed
What the fuck is going on?
on because of my illness. I've had a skin condition.
What is that? There's something about seeing naked human bodies that is just odd, okay? I think it's probably because we don't see them very often unless they're like, you know, like, I don't know, perfect or like, you know, kind of models or, you know, kind of aesthetically, you know. But those nipples are huge. And what, his chest just goes like down. There's no like, he's just like, does he not just seem too wide? You're back, why is he naked? He's showing off his leprosy. Dickers does not see naked bodies very often. Dickers, are you curvilicious? Okay.
Condition since 2021 that was brought on by stress.
We're not body shaming. I'm just noting. Fuck it, yeah. He's got leprosy, dude.
This skin condition would cause me to have full body itching episodes when I was touched, pushed, or hit, and it made it very hard for me to sleep. I was told
full body itching episodes
by my doctor to try and avoid stressful situations and to stay dry and avoid warmth as it was seemingly making it worse. This is why I would sleep with no shirt on. When we first started dating, it was minimal around the stomach area, but a few months into our relationship, it had spread to my entire body. Throughout my time with Alice, it got worse, and the stress of our relationship and other issues I was having at the time were having a huge effect on me, and Alice was aware of this.
I feel like I understand now. She stresses him out here, and then he's not spurging, he's scratching himself, right?
Something you really need to fucking fix.
He's having full body itches. That's what's happening right there.
This is all just me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking...
That's what's going on. I mean, it's a bad camera angle, okay? But if you're actually seeing, okay, I'm gonna bash your fucking head in with a brick. That's what's going on there. That's what's going on. If only. If only you could see behind his fucking phone screen at the time when he's threatening to put all their shit in the garage.
You got dipped. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Ryle Kittenhouse tipped $2 through Super Chat. Alex at brick emoji, /100 emoji, just itching.
Just itching. Straight itching. Thank you for the $2, that's generous, thank you.
Can bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you
That's
don't...
not the right video.
Originally, she seemed supportive, but it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by calling me fat and texting in person, and this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt
Oh, we've already seen this, okay.
on because she did not like my illness and she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were in bed together and Alice told me when I took my shirt off that if I was going to do that, then she wanted me to sleep downstairs. I told Alice I wasn't going to do that because I wanted...
Wait, that was the retard boy message. Where are you, little retard boy?
But a few months into our relationship, it spread to my entire body. Throughout my time with Alice, it got worse, and the stress of our relationship and other issues I was having at the time were having a huge effect on me, and Alice was aware of this. Originally, she seemed supportive, but it quickly became something that she would use to hurt me. Alice started by calling...
You fat fuck! Sorry. You fat fuck! No, Alice. It's over. It's done. We're done. I'm not talking. You asked. We won't speak again. How to stop it? I said, I'm fully over it. Stop insulting me. And it's done. With everything going on, you had to keep going. Stop it, Alex. No. You asked me. I fucking know what's up. I'm just trying to talk about it. You fat fucking monkey, retard boy, literal retarded mongrel. I'm asking you what's watong, and you throw a fit if you cared. You nonce. Fuck off. You'd properly made an attempt. You didn't. Yeah, maybe if you replied to me, it's cool. You know I didn't. You started a shit argument. Okay. Fantastic. You can hear the pointed index finger in her speech. Yeah, she does call him a monkey, doesn't she? A fat fucking monkey retard boy.
Calling me fat in text and in person. And this was because she wanted me to keep my shirt on because she did not like my illness.
What happened to monkey? You got a little tuft of hair there, no?
And she didn't want to see it or be around it. We were in bed together, and Alice told me when I took my shirt off...
Well, that's not true. There's no mention to any part of your illness here. There's no illness. There's no reference to any of the illness here. Any rashes or anything like that. And so far as she can say, there seems to have been a misunderstanding. Because she says, I wanted you to be with me. My God. He said, yeah, but then you called me fat and kick me in bed. Fuck, I need to stop giggling at that. It's just... Dude, Dude, I can't help, okay? I can't help it. Just the word fat is making me giggle. I can't help it. Oh, I'm giggling too much. Read the room. I wanted you to be with me, my God. Yeah, but then you call me fat and kick me in bed.
If I was going to do that, then she wanted me to sleep downstairs. I told Alice I wasn't going to do that because I wanted to sleep in our bed that night, and she had complained that I spent too much time away from her. This angered Alice, and she...
Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. When it comes to Alice, a corroborating text message to her mother at the time when the abuse is supposed to have happened, that is disproven by Alex by the fact that, 6-7 hours after the supposed incident, they're talking about pizza and him cleaning his bike. But then for him, in a contemporary text conversation that they are having together, he never brings up any of these skin issues. And now he thinks he can slide them in and be consistent. I don't know, dude.
Called me names. I ignored her and turned away so I could go to sleep. Alice...
We were arguing and I ignored you. Okay.
Alice turned around in bed and kicked me in my lower back, and I told her to fuck off, and then she kicked me even...
Well, that doesn't sound correct.
And she called me names. I ignored her and turned...
And I didn't just randomly start kicking you. I probably pushed you away.
Away so I could go.
I didn't kick you multiple times and hard. I'm trying, but like, I didn't randomly just start kicking you for no reason. Listen, this sounds like a mutually abusive relationship. And so she sounds like a physically abusive piece of shit. Unfortunately, Alex is also a physically abusive piece of shit. So it's very, very hard to decide which side to come down on here. Did she kick him? Probably.
Go to sleep. Alice turned around in bed.
Or did she kick him? It seems like both sides actually, you know. Both sides are saying that that probably did happen. What exactly the reason was, it's not sure. And this narrative he's making about his, like, skin condition seems to come out of totally nowhere.
Me in my lower back, and I told her to fuck off. And then she kicked me even harder, and then started to donkey kick me in my neck and in the back of my head. Alice had done this so hard that I fell out of the bed while she was still kicking me. I proceeded to get incredibly angry, and I shouted at Alice, and I insulted her, and this is something that I deeply regret doing.
Did you call her the N-word, though?
When I messaged Alice about this on Facebook, she said that she didn't just start kicking me hard. The argument had got worse, and we both started insulting each other. Alice then pushed me and tried to hit me. This is when I grabbed Alice by the arms and I pulled her to the floor.
What?
This is the only time that I tried to
You're in bed, no?
The argument had got worse, and we both started insulting each other. Alice then pushed me and tried to hit me. This is when I grabbed Alice by the arms on
Am I
Facebook.
misunderstanding this? I thought they were in bed together.
Didn't just start kicking me hard. The argument had got worse, and we both started insulting each other. Alice then pushed me and tried to hit me. This is when I grabbed Alice by the arms and I pulled her to the floor. This is the only time that I tried to defend myself after Alice had tried to attack me after kicking me in the back of the head. Alice says in the messages that she didn't do it for no reason, as she believed that because I had refused to sleep downstairs without my shirt on, that made it acceptable to kick me, because I had refused to do what Alice had asked. Alice has also written in her document that I had accused her of hitting me when we were in bed because I was talking to our cat, and Alice has put this story last in her document. Alice says that this story about the cat is a lie, and that it didn't happen, and wrote this. At this point, he's trying to use a situation with that cat and manipulate the story. I can show what really happened here. Alice has shown 5 screenshots of this conversation, and has portrayed it as the whole story. Alice does not show the hundreds
of now we're just moving on from that situation. I thought the donkey kick involved... Sorry, Royal, what are you saying here? Dickers, I thought a donkey kick involved anal sex. Is he saying he was getting pegged when she kicked him? I don't know, buddy, okay? I couldn't say, unfortunately. Jesus Christ. To try and remove the abuser status to a more sympathetic and flawed person to remove the villain status. I mean, it's mutually abusive, right? So they're abusing each other. But yeah, I mean, this is more of a hit piece on Alice than any kind of, like meaningful refutation to any of the claims made. This is a pretty weak fucking response as well. I mean, I think it's pretty fucking nailed on. And a lot of this stuff is like, he's just reiterating evidence that she's shown before, or that she showed initially, but from a different light, and he's like focusing on it, as if that changes it at all.
Texts where she admits to getting physical and trying to hurt me, whilst also downplaying the seriousness of her physical attacks on me, whilst justifying them. This was purposely hidden, as it would show that Alice was physically abusing me, which is why she shows this screenshot and has cut off the first part of the conversation where I had asked Alice why she had tried to hit me.
Wait, did anyone think it wasn't before? No, I'm pretty sure that everyone before knew that it was mutually abusive. Even at the time, I distinctively remember even Nicholas Diorio having discussions about it at the time and saying, dude, yeah, I mean, she's saying, like, what girl hasn't like slapped a guy who's being a dick? It's like, dude, that's kind of fucked up. It's like, yeah, this was discussions even at the time that she was mutually abusive. It's just exactly where you draw that line, because mutually abusive, if a situation is mutually abusive, does not mean it's equal on both sides. Doesn't mean it's equal on both sides. Yeah.
Me, in which she belittles and insults me for suggesting that she had assaulted me, even though she admits to getting physical in the text that she did not show. Alice then went on to write this. I had told him to stop saying weird things to the cat, he was joking about taking him away, and why would I let someone who told me they'd break my cat's neck near my cat? This was an argument around mine, so there is no texts. This is not true at all, and not how this took place, which will be shown in these text messages. For context before I read them, me and Alice were in bed together when our cat Bear entered the room, jumped onto the bed and sat on my chest. I began talking to the cat in a silly voice and Alice was laughing with me. I was jokingly saying I was going to eat him if he got any closer, and it was very apparent that I did not mean this literally, and that I was in fact joking.
What? You didn't mean it literally? You were going to figuratively eat him? Wait. Is anyone else getting Shane Dawson vibes? What do you mean you were going to figuratively eat the cat? What were you going to do to the cat, Alex? What were you going to do to the cat, mate? May have got a whole lot darker.
As we had done together throughout our relationship. Alice even acknowledges that I was joking in her document at the time. Alice said this.
Okay, hold on.
Alice even acknowledges
you're being horrible, had the cat in his arms, and came up to me making jokes about taking him away.
That I was joking in her document at the time.
Yeah.
Alice said this in her document. He then goes on to say I have punched him in the face over the cat. This is Delulu Island we're on now, because he's trying to grab onto anything he can to create his story. This didn't happen, and I couldn't tell you where he cooked this up from. This is from an argument where he was being horrible, had the cat in his arms, and came up to me making jokes about taking him away. Alex...
I mean, yeah, you can be in an argument, and then you've got, what, the cat in your hands. I mean, right, I can see this playing out. Why would you start doing that randomly during an argument? Or is this the cause of the argument? This is from an argument where he was being horrible, had the cat in his arms and came up to me making jokes about taking him away. Alex was in my face over me doing this. Alex was in my face all over me doing this, so I pushed him off. Okay?
Alex was in my face all over me doing this, so I pushed him off of me. I got this story from our own text that Alice has left out of her document. It is not something that I had cooked up, and I am not creating my own story, as there were hundreds of texts of me complaining when it happened that Alice doesn't show, which I will read for full clarity.
Okay.
Alice admits that I was making jokes in her document, but then says I was being horrible, which is untrue and completely contradictory to what Alice had written, where she fully admits that I was joking at the time. Alice calls me delusional.
Well, no, you can be horrible, right? You can be horrible, right? Here's one way I could see it going, okay? Here's one way I could see it going. But the fact that he's alluding to all these text messages, and we're still, again and again and again, going over and over and over this one paragraph, makes me think he's got nothing, right? I could see it going a way where he's totally fucking innocent, right? He's literally just making jokes. He's coming to it, it's like, oh, I'm going to steal the cat. I'm going to steal the cat. Whoa, he's coming away with me. He's coming back home with me, right? He's just like winding each other up, right? Well, you're kind of like teasing or whatever, right? And then, yeah, what? She's getting like out of nowhere, suddenly gets wound up and like hits you in the face or like pushes you away or whatever, right? Or I can see the fact where actually you're in an argument, or you're trying to wind her up. It's like, oh, well, maybe I'll take him away with me then. If you're going to be like that, maybe I'll take him away with me. It's like, oh, stop that. It's like, maybe I'm going to, maybe I'm going to kidnap him. Maybe I should kidnap him. I've been thinking about that, right? And it's like somebody's essentially joking about trying to kidnap your pet. It'd be a little bit unnerving. And I can see that winding somebody up, especially if you're holding it in your arms at the time, right? And he's intentionally trying to kind of crank up the temperature, right? I can imagine the thing where he's completely joking and then he misreads it. He goes a little bit too far with the joke. I can see another one where he's like intentionally trying to wind her up and antagonize her again and again and again, you know?
And says I'm on Delulu Island for thinking that Alice had physically assaulted me for joking about the cat, but has written in her own document that she did push me, and that it was because of me making these jokes about the cat. Alice texted me saying she hadn't hit me, and this was after I'd accused her of punching me in our bedroom in person, and then I had walked away. Before I left, I asked Alice to pack her things and leave as I was not comfortable with being hit in our relationship, and this was not the first time that Alice had hit me. At first, Alice completely denied even trying to hit me at all, and then responded with her reason for why she had got physical with me.
Wait, what? I pushed you off me and the cat.
Denied even trying to hit me at all.
I pushed you off me and the cat. I didn't. Yeah, why? You're mental. I didn't try hit you. What the fuck? Why name calling? I'm being genuinely serious. So don't dismiss this. Don't be a hypocrite right now. Hypocrite? I didn't try hit you. I never push you away when you come near me. That's just you. I'm just saying. Okay?
And then responded with her reason for why she had got physical with me, as it was due to me saying I was going to take the cat away as a joke. I was incredibly...
Okay. Yeah, after you've been a bellend. I don't want it happening. Bellend. What? I just sat on the sofa and bought you food. Don't get in my face and say you're going to take the cat away. I mean, yeah, if you're getting in her face, that doesn't sound like he's what? Just sitting on the sofa and bringing her food. I could see it either which way.
I was incredibly thrown off.
All I've done today is cook food and sleep. Alice, what? I was not. Your face. Gaslighting right now. Well, actually... What? Oh my god, we've found it. We've found it. We've found the first time that the term gaslighting has ever been used accurately. Dude! Look at that! Look at that! That's accurate! That's accurate! She's making a claim about a direct interaction. He's saying all I've done today is cook food and sleep. I was not in your face. Gaslighting, right? That is gaslighting. That is gaslighting.
That Alice had assaulted me. Alice began to gaslight me over text and tried to get me...
Whoa. Wait. Wait, Alice began gaslighting me over text.
This, as it was minutes after Alice had assaulted me. Alice began to gaslight me over text and
Wait, he's highlighted this here. Alex started gaslighting me over text. Is he trying to portray that as Alice being like, gaslighting engaged, gaslighting begun, I'm gaslighting right now, I'm gaslighting right now. Yeah. What is that? That's her admitting. Like, she can't help it. She's just so thick. It's just gaslighting right now. Just in case you want to know, I'm gaslighting you right now. Dude.
tried to get me to think.
I didn't laugh. I just kept saying, stop, it's not funny. I was joking. I'm being serious. I've had enough. Are you going to make this into that? Because I didn't laugh. And start saying, in gaslighting you. Now, I'd really like this to be over and for you to leave with the cat. Because I pushed you off. Just stay away from me. Okay.
Think that this had never...
I mean, really? If she just started hitting you out of nowhere? Doesn't exactly seem like that's the case. It seems like you would have been contending with this. Nah, this sounds like a time that you've got in her face, making jokes about taking a cat which she hasn't appreciated, and just winding her up and winding her up and winding her up. And then what? You've portrayed it as just like sitting down on the sofa with food. He said it was a joke after the fact. Dude, he's literally pushing her to hit him. Yeah. This is woman behavior. This is usually what women do. Push you and push you and push you and push you until eventually you just snap. Not that I've Not that I've experienced that. Not that I've experienced that. You know?
Never happened, and that I was overreacting. Alice didn't apologise for getting physical, but instead doubled down on why she'd assaulted me. Alice hadn't told me she didn't like the way I was joking around before she assaulted me. We were in bed laughing, so I thought it was fine and just a normal interaction. Alice calls me mental and mocks me with laughing crying emojis for trying to discuss why she had assaulted me. I made it clear in the text that I did not push Alice or get physical when I was upset with her.
Right.
And that I was tired of her doing this to me, to which Alice responded by agreeing and saying yeah after you've been a bellend. Alice ignores her assaulting me as the reason.
No. You fucking retard. I didn't try hit you. I'm pretty sure that's just you. I'm just saying. She's agreeing to the fact that she did push you away. She's not agreeing that you... Dude. Oh, so earlier, we want to have all this context and understand that, listen guys, we're just texting at the same time, right? Take into account, okay? We're texting at the same time, so you've got to read these texts with that understanding. But now, when she says, yes, after you've been a bellend, to when she says, I didn't try hit you. He says, I've never pushed you away after you've come near me. That's just you. I'm just saying. She says, yes, after you've been a bellend. Apparently, that's her now agreeing that he has never tried to push her away after coming near him. Which, I mean, that is apparently true. He seems to, what? Cover her mouth. Like, what does he do? Like, grabbing her neck? Put her in a headlock? And, like, dragging her around? That's more his style, okay? That's more his style. He's not so much like a jabber, you know, he's like a grappler. That's more his style, you know? It's like Alice, right? Alice is Conor McGregor. And then Alex Alex is Khabib. You know, he takes him down.
By agreeing and saying yeah after you've been a bellend. Alice ignores her assaulting me as the reason this argument has started and has cut it out of her document to make it seem like I was being horrible and that she had reacted to me, and not that she had hit me and insulted me, to which I responded by asking her to leave the house and leaving the room. This is why Alice at no point is specific about what I said that was actually horrible. She just references the joke I made about taking the cat away. This is because I wasn't being horrible, and Alice is misrepresenting the situation intentionally by hiding these texts that showed what really took place. Alice again acknowledges in texts that I was joking, and that I was not being serious at any point, and that she was aware of this the entire time this argument was taking place. This contradicts what Alice has said in her document, where she claims that I was being horrible, as Alice knew the whole time I was joking, as shown by these messages, minutes after the actual event had happened. Told Alice I didn't like her getting physical with me, as it would happen a lot, and I was often ignored when I tried to talk about it. When I would ask why, Alice would stonewall me, or would tell me that I was over...
Abuse words! New abuse words! Oh my god! Ah! To be clear, okay? They are living together. They are in a long-term relationship, okay? This is an appropriate place to use the term stonewalling. Okay. Everyone's on good form today.
Told Alice I didn't like her getting physical with me, as it would happen a lot, and I was often ignored when I tried to talk about it. When I would ask why, Alice would stonewall me, or would tell me that I was overreacting when I complained about things becoming physical. Alice would not talk to me or tell me she was getting upset before she resorted to physically assaulting me. Alice tried to take the conversation away from it being about physical abuse, and said that I was... asking her to leave because she didn't laugh. I asked Alice to leave because she had attacked me without warning instead of talking to me.
She attacked me without warning. It sounds like she just pushed you off.
Alice knew this, as I had made it clear in person and on the text conversation that we were having. But Alice was trying to change the reason I wanted to break up to make me look like I had overreacted to her misunderstanding a joke, and not because I believed that she had assaulted me. Alice says, because
Marcus isn't waiting. He wants my thoughts on the matter. Dude, I'm not even half an hour into the video. I need to plow on, okay? I need to plow on. Let Marcus in. I know he's got questions, okay? I need to plow on. I need to plow on, dude. Come in after the video. Yeah.
I didn't laugh because I pushed you off. Once again showing that Alice clearly knew that she had been physical with me, and then mocked me and belittled me for it, even though she had started by calling me delusional for even suggesting that she had been and that this had taken place. Alice still calls me delusional to this day for believing this, belittled me for it, even though she had started by calling me delusional for even suggesting that she...
Wait. Getting a bit tired of this weird thing with the cat. Being honest, it's not nice. Don't try and hit me. You said you're gonna get him out of here. The fuck? I didn't try hit you. Bloody hell, I'm joking. Huh? Dude, these texts are all over the place. You said you're gonna get him out of here. Bloody hell, I'm joking. I mean, getting a bit tired of this weird thing with the cat. I mean, stop making jokes about it then. I mean, how old is Alex, man? He's like, what, I think in the medical records report it's 1999. So he's 25. He's 25. Surely in primary school, right? In elementary school, you learn this shit, right? You make jokes about something to tease a girl, right? To mess with them, to flirt with them a little bit, to get a reaction, to get a rise, right? They don't like it. They get fucking annoyed with you. Eventually, they're not going to giggle because it's not teasing anymore. You're just fucking annoying them and winding them up. Now, admittedly, okay? You may be able to tell with my personality type, okay? I do flirt by winding people up. And occasionally, I go past that line. And I do genuinely annoy my girlfriend. But I'm never going into texts with her being, I'm a bit tired about this, about you overreacting when I'm just joking about this thing. It's like, no, you're pushing it too far. Clearly. It's like, you just got to accept at some points. If you want to like tease people and you want to engage in that behavior, I mean, everybody's going to go across the line, right? Everybody's going to tease and try and wind each other up and then go a little bit too far, cross the line, and it's okay. You've got to rein it back in. It sounds here as if she's maliciously lying. She's not. Ico rules. Girlfriend in Canada. That's going to be... Yep, it's going to be a timeout for you, Ico. Anyone else? Anyone else? His girlfriend goes to another school. Oh, I'll see you later, Josie. Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh, your very real girlfriend, not fake. I'll see you later, Shelby. Love you. See you later. Miro. Oh, your time's up for 5 months, Miro, not 5 minutes, okay?
She had been and that this had taken place. Alice still calls me delusional to this day for believing this even took place and says I am on Delulu Island in her document.
No way! No way did he just say that.
Even suggesting that she had been and that this had taken place. Alice still calls me delusional to this day for believing this even took place and says I am on Delulu Island in her document.
That is a fucking retarded thing to put in a fucking document, dude. But how the fuck does he read it out? Alice even says that to this day I am on Delulu Island over this incident. Dude.
I asked Alice to stay away from me, and she called me mental again.
Oh.
I told Alice that I would stay away from her because she hadn't stopped assaulting me, as I felt this was my only option that I had left. I complained again that I needed Alice to leave. I felt I was being intentionally pushed to my limits, and I had reached a point where I was afraid to interact with our cat or Alice out of fear of being assaulted, as it had been going on for months at this point. Alice calls me delusional again, and blamed me, saying that this was my decision when I had asked her to leave.
Cool, I'm being serious. You just told me to leave. You've been making me miserable every chance you get. That was your decision. Yeah, I want you to leave. Question mark, you're delusional. I'm not taking that back. Cool, bye. Don't try and make every minute miserable. You push me away for no reason other than your own enjoyment, so just leave. Then it's not a problem. Just go. Again, every time that he's telling her to leave, despite what he's trying to argue in this video, it's because she makes him miserable. Or, you know, she's pushing him away. At no point in these messages, when he's saying that she needs to leave, does he ever bring up any of this violent stuff? And to be clear, it's wrong. And to be clear, the violence can absolutely be associated with making him miserable, with making him stressed, right? Chud thinks maybe he waited so people have forgotten the original accusations. I think that's probably true. I think, this was my take earlier, okay? This was my take earlier. I think the reason why he's waited this long is he's hoping that there's going to be a little bit of apathy at this point, right? He's going to wait so long that she's going to think, do I really want to respond to this? It's been quite a while. What's even the point, right? And frankly, this video could have been so much fucking shorter.
Leave the house. But I wouldn't have asked Alice to leave if she hadn't have assaulted me. I had let the physical abuse towards me become normalized for reasons that I will go on to later in this video. But I had reached a point where I couldn't deal with it anymore and felt there was no excuses to justify this situation, as it seemed Alice now believed that me wanting to leave because of this was an overreaction. Our relationship was incredibly toxic, and it affected us both severely, and I felt that we needed to be apart as things were getting worse. Alice says that I was horrible.
Where's the text to show that?
To her to justify the continued physical assaults on me, even though she... Alice says that I was horrible to her to justify the...
Nowhere here is there any kind of discussion about justifying for any kind of physical assaults on you. This sounds mutually abusive. Assaults. Come on, dude. Be realistic.
The continued physical assaults on me, even though she had started this fight because I was joking.
What, as if, he's making breakfast in the morning. It's just you know, putting, cereal in the bowl. And then out of nowhere, she's I don't know, coins in a fucking sock. Bang, bang, bang. It's clear this is a mutually abusive relationship. These continuous assaults on you. I think I get what he means, but it's just the way he phrases it is just
and they tried to hurt me to get me to stop. But to claim that this behaviour was exclusively one-sided is untrue and does not justify resorting to physically assaulting me because of a joke. Alice then mentions I had said something to her the other day when her brother was over, and this story is actually in Alice's document. This wasn't the first time where Alice had treated me this way over the cat, but it's becoming a daily occurrence throughout our relationship. There are so many cases where I end up taking Bear into another room, saying that taking the cat off him is starting an argument when I only did it after he said weird things to him. Acts like a child had his toy taken away when realistically, I was uncomfortable with him being near my cat after saying what he does. Alice says that I acted like a child had his toys taken away, and that I complained that taking the cat off me is starting an argument. Alice then says I said weird things to him, and that's why she had taken him away. I was upset with Alice because, like in these texts where Alice justified assaulting me for talking to the cat and making jokes.
What? That is not what that screenshot showed at all, dude.
Alice would use the cat as an excuse to assault me.
She would use it as an excuse.
Broken down on a few occasions due to this, and I had gone to Alice and spoken to her about this because, as she says in her document, she was constantly taking the cat away from me, and I felt that this was done to get a rise out of me, as she knew that it upset me. Alice...
Taking the cat away from you, what upset you? Dude. So you're corroborating it, yes. But you think that she was disingenuine with it? To be clear, actually, thinking about it, I might even believe that. This might be a bit of his response that I actually do believe, okay? In terms of this taking the cat away, I do genuinely believe that he was, upset and jaded, and he had these big reactions, right, to this stuff happening. and he was probably trying to wind her up with the cat. The cat was essentially like a fucking being weaponized in their relationship, right? But in a mutually abusive relationship, they clearly fucking despise each other. As well as love each other, they despise each other, right? And so, what? As a little bit of vindictiveness, if she feels like he's broaching past those boundaries, where she's like, I don't like you talking about the way about the cat. I'm going to take the cat off you, right? Maybe she doesn't feel like genuinely like, ooh, I feel uncomfortable with you even having the cat. But she knows it upsets him, and she feels like she wants to like punish that behavior, right? That is it abusive? It's vindictive. Just like parents on the verge of divorce. I mean, kind of, right? I could completely see her doing that in a kind of like vindictive way to like punish him or get one back on him. But it's like, it's just petty.
I just knew that I cared for the cat, but constantly referred to me being affectionate with the cat and talking to him as weird when I had asked why she'd taken him away.
Dude, what the fuck is going on in these screenshots? Bruh. Dude. Oh my god. I was stressed for us. I don't want to let you down. I work so much, and I work for you. And for it all to be for nothing, it's hard, but I'd rather not work and sit on the sofa with you all day and the cat and be peaceful. I feel like everything's collapsing. So when we wake up and everything being good, and you dodge my kiss, it's hard. It literally ruins my whole day. And take the cat off me, like, it's hard. Because we don't need to do that to each other. Okay, to be clear, I don't want to laugh at the guy, okay? Well, I kind of do. I don't want to laugh at the guy. This sounds like a genuinely, like, rough relationship, okay? And it does, okay? It does kind of set, like, it puts, like a dark cloud over your day, right? Even when you're having a good day, the fact that these kind of, like, there are big issues, right? There are then, like, big issues in these relationships. It does start to, like, it sours the day, right? It sours, you know, it adds like a, yeah. And so I get him. I feel what he means. This has got nothing to do with any of this shit, though.
Or pushed me and left the room. Alice messaged me, but she realised I cared for the cat after we had broken up, but has still gone on to portray me being affectionate with the cat as a justifiable reason to physically assault me, which is why she had kept things intentionally vague when describing me talking to the cat as weird, and has cropped these texts as Alice knew I was doing nothing out of the ordinary when it came to me and the cat. Alice said,
well, no, it seems like she was genuinely annoyed by what you were saying. You're focusing on what you said to the fucking cat. Dude, why are we talking so much about your relationship with the cat?
Something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't.
Why are we talking about the cat? Why are we talking about your relationship with the cat?
Says in a document that I was acting like a child because of this. I had asked Alice many times to stop hurting me for being affectionate and talking with the cat, like I am doing in these text messages. I had broken down crying in front of Alice, which is why she says I'm acting like a child. Alice makes it seem like I was overreacting to something small, and not that I was deeply affected by being assaulted and mocked constantly for talking to the cat and various other issues in our relationship. This is why Alice has intentionally hidden these text messages that show why I was so upset, so she could misrepresent my complaint.
This seems very overwrought.
This is childish and unreasonable, even though she admits to doing this on many occasions. It was affecting me severely trying to deal with the gaslighting and manipulation, as well as the physical abuse while sharing a house together. And to read that my breakdowns have been described as acting like a child who had his toy taken away shows that Alice was aware that it affected me and is even now still insulting me and mocking me for pushing me to my breaking point. In the text messages, Alice continued to blame her hitting me on how
it's not that deep. She would take the cat away from you and then you would act like a child. I mean, yeah, even in those text messages there, it's like, yeah, you seem like overwrought and you just go into hysterics when a fucking cat is taken away from you.
I had reacted previously to
literally pussy whipped.
constant abuse I was under to justify her continuing to hurt me physically for things like jokes or talking to the cat. If Alice didn't have a reason for why she had hit me, she would say it was because I had done something previously to deserve it, like in these messages. Alice says she pushed me away because it was my fault and all I do is call her names. But that is not at all what happened or how this argument took place. I would get upset after I was pushed, slapped or punched. I was horrible to Alice on many occasions and I deeply regret this behaviour and nothing will justify that.
Didn't you tell her she should have laid down like a good fucking dog? Dude,
the order in which the
fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick.
Follow what I'm saying because it's so flexible. I've gone, you could do this, but you might be able to do that, but you might be able to do that, and you might be able to do this, and this might work, but you might be able to do that. And it sounds fucking mental. I don't even understand how you could possibly actually follow along to it. And you're like, just fucking ignore circle small.
Fell off the sleep downstairs. On the covers, it's like fucking woman just like fucking asked me to buy another one or stop fucking complaining. Like nothing. The thing is, it annoys me. Nothing needs to be an argument because everything is fixable. Buy a new duvet. I sleep downstairs. But no, you've always got to act like none of this stuff because you don't actually try and fix any of your fucking problems. Like it's infuriating at this point. Like earlier, you're miserable about something in the kitchen. All you have to do is say what it is.
What the fuck is going on?
Fine. You don't clean up after yourself. Nigga, neither did you. So
okay, he won.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't go around fucking complaining about everything that you don't clean up after. Why? But you don't look that in your fucking little small brain. You don't even want us to pay for any of it. So who really
He's packing his stuff.
Like, what does it even fucking matter? If you want to clean up, I'll fucking hire one. It's my money. Why? I still have the post.
I'm just trying to see, right? Because I think there's the reason why I'm going over this, right, isn't purely for shock value, although it is very shocking and it is very entertaining. The reason why I'm going over it is the stark difference between the way that he wants to portray himself within the relationship and the way that he wants to portray himself within the relationship, and what the audio recordings from the time kind of show what was going on. It was mutual, but of course she recorded only him. I mean, yeah, right? But I've already said, I think she was vindictive. I think she was petty. I think she was physically abusive. But it was all mutual. Right? This is basically what I'm trying to argue. But he's trying to argue that it was completely one-sided. Or that she was what? The main person pushing it, or she's lied? What exactly he's trying to argue isn't clear. Because it just loops on, and it meanders, and ugh. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, don't forget, it was so horrible that he just wanted her to leave. He just wanted her out of there. Never mind that, yeah, she's blocked him on Facebook by this time. I don't even know what the fuck app this is. Oh. She's blocked him on Instagram, I think she's blocked him on Facebook. Eventually he has to send her a parcel.
You're talking to me, going, this is the thing, even though now, when it's too fucking
Alex never addressed these messages. Dude.
late, you admit that you did everything fucking wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down
like a good fucking dog. You don't fucking do it. You fight for some reason. I don't know why you fight, because you're losing, because you end up admitting that you fucked it all up anyway. So it's just fucking weird. And I know that you're going to end up admitting that you fucked it all up, which is why it's sorry first.
Interesting. Anyway.
These events have been portrayed as false, as Alice is once again ignoring that she had tried to hurt me.
I said I'll bring Marcus in after I finish the video.
When I was just talking with our cat. I was upset and frustrated that Alice hadn't apologised for getting physical with me, and I lashed out at Alice over text, which I regret. I told Alice that this isn't what I signed up for in a relationship, and it was hard for me to follow whether Alice was upset when we had been totally fine, and then suddenly she had hit me. Alice then says that I had dragged her in an argument and that I had shouted at her. I ignored this in the text messages. Alice then says that I had dragged her in
I didn't sign to be dragged by my BF in an argument physically, to be shouted at, scared. After you were cuddling with me earlier, how the fuck am I supposed to follow that? Jesus, no for real. Why switch up now? What the fuck? I'm confused. I mean, yeah, this seems to be consistent. Consistent. She's even got it down to the date when it happened.
An argument and that I had shouted at her. I ignored this in the text messages as it was untrue, and I've covered this in this video already. Alice said,
You've covered it in the video already. Why didn't you cover it then? You ignored it because it was untrue. Surely if it was untrue, you would want to address it.
I said weird shit, so she pushed me off and then told me to grow up and to cry because I was upset that she had got physical with me. I pointed out that it was really
I mean, yeah, as much as you can say that he's abusive, she's like, got this weird kind of like, I mean, frankly, quite cunty, like toxicity about her. She is a prick, just to be clear. No love lost between me and this ImAllexx girl.
Strange to me.
ImAllexx girl. Fuck! Why are their names so similar? They're like fucking twins.
Alice knew that I was joking around with her, but was still treating me like it was okay to assault me, and that I should go and cry about her physically assaulting me. Alice then says that I was actually provoking her on purpose because I knew she didn't like it when I talked to the cat. We lived together, and the cat was ours, and creating rules like saying I can't talk to him because she was annoyed at me is unfair and unreasonable. I went on to tell Alice that I was tired of being
Dude! You find it funny. I forget you're a mentally ill freak. Lamau, what? I used to make joke with my cats like this all the time. I'm just saying shit. Okay. No, seriously, I want to break up. I said stop weeks ago. Because you're getting on me for how I am. No, I'm really not. And then punishing me for it. It's not fair. You're delusional, so I want you to leave. Easy. She's clearly getting on you here for making the jokes. It's not for talking to the cat. Why the this is so retarded. Why are we talking about the cat? Why are we talking about the cat? I mean, does he cover this? Does he ever cover this?
Just me and
this one, you said, like, fuck this, the fuck. I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick.
If do we ever respond to this?
Being hit for just being myself. I thought we were having fun, but now I didn't know if I would be punched or pushed for just joking around, and because of this I wanted to break up, as it was clear that our relationship was not working, and we could not be together if issues this small would lead to physical violence. Alice then said she knew that I wasn't being serious, to which I told her that she shouldn't hit me. Alice then denied hitting me. I did not expect Alice to admit it, as I become used to Alice completely downplaying and excusing being physically abusive in our relationship and mocking me whilst continuing to call me delusional. As shown in this video, Alice has lied and hidden physically abusing me on multiple different occasions, like she's doing here in these text messages. I then told Alice I had to stop the conversation.
What's it matter? She admits to it in the document. She's admitted to all this by now.
As I was really struggling.
You're saying something weird. I pushed you off.
With being gaslit about what had happened and then being insulted. This would cause me to get very upset, and I would struggle massively when Alice would tell me that I was making everything up. Alice then proceeds to insult me again, and then mentions that I had insulted her. I fully...
Okay, you can say a lot, and I will buy a lot of this, okay? I do believe a lot of this, because I think it was mutually abusive. Alex does not exactly seem like the person in this relationship who is questioning his own sense of reality because of this girl's fucking gaslighting, okay? Through every little piece that we've seen here, he's either been pathetic, emotionally manipulative, kind of like, oh, kind of sobbing and, oh, I loved you so much and I can't believe it in this life. It's just we were supposed to be perfect together and or he's like shouting at her and calling her a cunt and like
fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick.
I mean, these are the two ways that we've seen Alex operate during this, right? We haven't seen this kind of like, oh, I'm questioning my own reality right now. I really did you not hit me? It's like, dude, come on.
I fully admit that I used horrible language, but as you could see, Alice would insult me too, but would only focus on my behaviour and would completely ignore her own. I said to Alice that I was tired of her ruining normal interactions by getting annoyed with me. I felt that Alice was intentionally making excuses to justify hurting me, and that this had happened since we very
Again, there's no reference here to physical abuse. No reference here to physical abuse at all, which makes it seem like, dude, he paints this picture as if this is a daily occurrence. As if he's like, you know, being like physically abused daily. So far as we can tell, there was the instance with the cat, where she pushed him and hit him in the face. There's once in bed where she kicked him. And then, I don't know, there's maybe a handful of other incidents. But a lot of these text messages at the time doesn't seem to be around him doesn't revolve around him complaining about being hit. Except for when there's an argument relating to the discussion that happened at the time. Alex, during these text messages, seems far more concerned about whether he can speak to the cat or not than any kind of like physical abuse. He seems far more concerned about whether he's allowed to speak to the cat.
first began dating, as I mentioned in these texts. We continued to talk, and then I proceeded to ask Alice.
Now, to be clear, I mean, he's talking about the cat even here, dude. To be clear, it doesn't mean that, when I say that...
You got dicked.
Oh,
okay, bro,
man.
you're getting too big for your boots.
Master Mark tipped $1.99 through Super Chat. Help Marcus, he thinks Alice is evil.
To be clear, Alice is a little bit evil, okay? I'm not going to argue with him on that point. I don't like Alice. I wouldn't date Alice. If a friend of mine was going to date Alice, I would dissuade him from it strongly. Strongly, okay? I don't agree, Alice. I don't agree with Alice.
To leave again because I felt that she was trying to antagonize me. Alice said she didn't respect me, and that was why she was treating me this way. Once I realised this wasn't going to be resolved, as the conversation had just become Alice insulting me further and trying to gaslight me, I told Alice that I had to go back to work, as I had been in an ongoing battle to retrieve the money my YouTube channel had owed from my YouTube network, as it had been taken away from me, and they had stopped paying me at the time. Alice knew that I had been in a battle with my network for tens of thousands of pounds.
Why are we talking about this, dude?
As it had been withheld from me for months, and I had no income stream because of this, as they were continuing to take future payments from me. I was still paying for every expense in our house, and using my savings, as I was the only person working at the time. Alice says I took my equipment away from her, but that was because I was using it to make videos, and to try and continue working so I could afford to support us and the cat. Alice then says she pushed me because I was in her face. This is a complete lie, as I was laying down flat on my back in bed with the cat on my chest, and Alice moved towards me and pushed me. This shocked me, and I started to feel extremely worried about how Alice had begun to twist the narrative.
I pushed you out of my face. I wasn't. Lightly, can I add, I actually wasn't. What the fuck? It wasn't funny. You're embarrassing. You're freaking embarrassing out. You're freaking embarrassing me. You embarrass me. I think you've fully lost it. And I don't think this is ever going to get better. Really haven't. I think you'll not try to make it better, and that shows me you won't. And I still don't want to stay like this.
that I somehow had gone from just telling a joke about the cat to now being in Alice's face. Not only did Alice then downplay how hard she hit me, she had begun to rewrite the story of me being at...
Well, it seems as though during this that she pushed you out of her face. To be fair, okay. Physical violence like that should never be necessary in a relationship, okay? It should never be acceptable in a relationship. And if you're starting to argue about how lightly you've pushed somebody out of your face, it's time for serious fucking discussions about whether you guys should be together, okay? Serious fucking discussions about whether you should be together, at least. But there's nothing here to contend that, well, actually, that wasn't true. No, Alice, that's not how it happened. Da-da-da. Dude, has he mentioned threatening to bash her head with him with a brick while doing the Black Panther V thing with his arms? No, surprisingly, he hasn't mentioned this yet.
Fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you...
He hasn't brought that up yet. A lot of discussion about the cat, though.
Fault over text. I said to Alice I didn't think things were going to...
Wait, I just want to see, okay? I just want to... Let's just see, okay? Let's just see. Bash your... A brick? No? Headlock? Back of my head. Kicking me in the back of my head. Oh no. Oh no, I guess not.
to get better, and this showed me that our relationship would not improve, to which I again asked if we could end our relationship. Alice said that I had flaws, and she is correct. I tried to work through them when we were together, but I felt like the line had to be drawn somewhere before things got worse, which they did. I did not want the way we had treated each other to be an ongoing excuse to allow things to continue to get worse. If we couldn't find solutions, I believed it was right to break up, as the ongoing abuse was not something that should continue. Alice then continued to say that she doesn't respect me after I told her that I had been working harder despite the financial issues that I was having at the time. Alice then told me to come here and say it to her face when I said that I wanted her to leave. At this point, I was annoyed, and I had told Alice to get out again and to leave the house, as she was actively trying to escalate the situation by trying to start an argument with me in person and being aggressive over text. Alice continued to antagonize me, and then mocked me for not working a 9 to 5. This would happen when I complained about how stressed I was that I hadn't been paid, and it was becoming a huge struggle trying to provide for 2 people and the cat. Alice then accuses me again of kicking her out because she didn't like my joke. At this point, I started to get increasingly more upset, as this had been going on for hours now. Whenever I brought up any issues, I would be gaslit and constantly misrepresented. This is something I really struggled to deal with. Alice tried to make me feel like my reasons for wanting to break up were stupid, and that I was over-emotional and overreacting. Alice then proceeded to mock me again when I started listing reasons for why I can no longer put up with the constant fighting in our relationship. I said to Alice I was totally fine before she had pushed me. I was not taking anything out on Alice, as Alice was the one who had antagonized and laid hands on me. Alice would then take my reaction.
You're stressing me out of small shit, menial shit. It's like, read the fucking room. Oh, cute, this is another one of those. Taking shit out on me. No, I was fine. What? You fished me? What the fuck? What the fuck? Read the room. Boy, I just saw you making weird jokes. What the fuck? But okay. What the fuck? Fucks. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck off. No, seriously. You haven't even tried to see if I'm okay with everything. You've been adding more shit on my late plate. Why do you think I'm sleeping? 'Cause of my headaches. My entire fucking icon is being held hostage. God, I can't with you. Okay, so, yeah. You are just taking shit out on her. Yeah.
Out on Alice, as Alice was the one who had antagonized and laid hands on me. Alice would then take my reaction and claim that I'd started the fight or the argument, like she has done in her document and on these text messages, even though she assaulted me. Alice then proceeded to repeat again that I wanted her to leave and break up, not due to the physical abuse, but in fact because she didn't laugh at my jokes with the cat, which...
Wait, hold on. Come here, be sorry, Wait. You're mental. Come here, say sorry for overreacting. Oh, wait, so... So when she says, come here and say that to my face, when you're trying to essentially break up with her over text, that's abusive. But when she says, you're mental, he says, come here, say sorry for overreacting. So I've overreacted? Have you read these messages? I'm so stressed. Fuck off. Actually, I'm trying to open up about how I'm doing. No, you're not. You're trying to rage at her. You've just kicked me out and dumped me because of the cat. I just tired to stroke the Fnang Kang cat. Fuck off, fuck off. You don't even take the opportunity. Now you want to talk after that? I mean, yeah, Dude, okay. Fucking retarded.
She's completely misrepresenting my actual feelings again. Alice then says, bro dumped me, kicked me out, and then asked to talk and calls me an idiot. Alice ignores that she had physically assaulted me and verbally berated me on text the entire time, and I...
Well, it seems like you ignored it too, because it doesn't seem like that was a significant portion of what happened, right? There seemed to be a physical altercation where she allegedly, what, pushed you away? Now, I don't think it was right to do that, okay? But I think it's now being dressed up as this huge deal that Alex was, like, hugely, like, hurt over. When actually, I think it sounds like he's just actually going, no, you.
You got
right?
dumped.
He's like, what?
Okay,
you did it as well.
Too big for your
You did it as well. I think
Feel
he
it,
doesn't...
The blood spiller tipped $5 through Super Chat. Epic rap battles of history. Alice Versus, Abrafivic. Begin.
We're gonna have to write that. We're gonna have to write that, okay? Thank you for the 5. That's super... That's super generous. No, personally, I think the only reason why he has spent so fucking long talking about this fucking cat is because this is a time where he can point to where she hit him. And it seems like this may be the only time, except for kicking him out of bed, but it seems like he was had pulled her to the ground or something. These seems to be the two instances that he can point to. This seems to be the two instances that he can point to of her being, like, you know, reciprocally abusive. But it's just all he's doing is confirming, as she said, that yes, this was in fact mutually abusive, and nothing past that. What have we learnt new during this response? It's not a response. It's just a takedown of Alice in return.
I had tried to talk about it properly multiple times without fighting. At this point, I then snap at Alice and I insult her, and then the conversation continues to get worse. We then decided to talk in person about it, but Alice continued to antagonize me when I said we should talk normally and not be angry and shout at each other. Alice then tells me that I need to try my best. Alice then refused to talk in my office and instead made me go to her. When I went into our bedroom and asked...
Ugh. Come talk. I'm being serious, and I don't mean shouting, I mean talk. Be normal. Not in a mood, just talk. Try your best. Yes. Come here. Question mark. Question mark. Come here. I'm not standing in your office.
Alice then refused...
Bedroom, then. Yes, no. Been waiting. I'd like you to go somewhere else tonight so I can work. Over the fucking cat. What is up with you? Well, it's like, Alice, what? Isn't... I'm not standing in your office. No, you're telling her, like, come here. Come to my office. Where I can sit in my chair and you can stand there. And she's like, I'm not just standing there. Like, why don't we go into the fucking bedroom? It's petty. But I don't know why he's, like, giving this extra detail. It means nothing. It's meaningless.
Used to talk in my office and instead made me go to her. When I went into our bedroom and asked what could be done to prevent this from happening again, Alice told me that I would have to get used to her hitting me if I continued to speak to the cat. I told her...
What? Where is this?
Alice told me that I would have to get used to her hitting me if I continued to speak to the...
Where's the evidence of this? You walked away. You said to move out. didn't even have anything to say for yourself. That I'm stupid. You're telling me to leave the house. Why the fuck would I stay and talk? Because you literally said you're just going to keep on doing it. You're telling me you're not going to interact with me. I brought you up so you can say you'll be more... I brought up so you can say you'll be more aware. And you just said, nah. You're a swing. We can't be together. So what's the point? You're saying to move out. I got my answer.
The cat. I told her that was insane.
That is not... He's mischaracterizing this so fucking hard, dude.
That continuing to hit me is an...
You've already made your bed. That's why. Why would I want to talk to somebody who told me they're going to be pushing me every time I make a joke off the cuff? Hey, dude, is this really what she said? She's going to be pushing you every time you make a joke off the cuff. I'm looking at a guy who just insulted the life out of me and kicked me out. And what's this with calling each other weird? This is such elementary school shit.
Answer was stupid. And if that is really all she's going to continue saying, I no longer wanted to be in a relationship together. Alice then left the room. I instantly regretted calling Alice stupid, as it was childish of me to resort to insults, but I was incredibly taken aback and upset at this even being a suggestion that I would have to get used to Alice hitting me if I didn't change the way I interact with the cat for her. I then politely asked Alice over text to go somewhere else that night, as it was clear that we couldn't communicate with each other without arguing. Alice then says that I said that we can't interact with each other and that I was suggesting that we can't be together, which clearly upset her. I honestly and openly explained to Alice that if she believed that physical violence was the answer, that our relationship was beyond saving. Unless she felt...
Look, I'm completely in my right. I'm completely in my right to say, I don't want to be with somebody who's going to harass me over the cat. I'd rather not be in that situation. I don't harass you. Yes, you do. I got you off me. And you said you'd carry on doing it because it's weird. When? I said I didn't find it funny. Well, if just talking to the cat is weird, then you have to leave my house. Yawn. Again, already on it. Where's the mention of physical violence here? Apparently she's going to harass you for talking to the cat. Dude.
She could find other ways to deal with these issues, which she told me that she couldn't. Alice told me she wouldn't change her behaviour. I felt this was enough of a reason for me to ask Alice to leave, as I didn't want to constantly worry about being hit again. Alice proceeds to mock me and call me a mental case, and then says that she is just doing what I had told her to do.
To be clear, you called her a mentally ill freak earlier, and we just skirted past that. And what, you're apologising and... I shouldn't have called her an idiot. I shouldn't have called her an idiot, that was childish. I'm deeply, deeply sorry for calling her an idiot. Where's the apology for calling her the N-word? Dude.
Alice continued to argue with me and called me butthurt in text messages. I was incredibly upset with how this had been handled. Alice again makes it seem like what I'm asking for is unreasonable and says sorry for doubling down, for pushing you off with a question mark. As you can see, Alice showed 5 carefully picked screenshots of our text messages to convince people that this is an entirely different story than to the reality of what had happened at the time. This was not the only ongoing issue surrounding the cat, and Alice wrote in her document she didn't want me near Bear because I would call him mine, and she capitalized this. Alice would shout at me and get physical with me when I said the cat was ours. I never said to anyone that the cat was mine. We were a couple who had brought him together and lived together, so I believed that it was our cat. Alice had paid the £50 deposit for Bear and asked me to pay the remaining £200 so that we could get him. I believed this meant that he was our cat, as we had both paid for him and we were moving in with each other. I then posted him on my Instagram story after we had gone to get him.
Too big for your boots.
Fantasmoker V2.0 tipped £3.50 through Super Chat. Both are insufferable. They deserve each other.
Oh, man. No, I won't even say that, okay? I won't even say that. I mean, you can hate Alex and you can hate Alice, right? But they are insufferable. They don't deserve each other, though. That's too far for me. They do not deserve each other. Holy fuck. This sounds like a miserable relationship. If these guys were locked in a fucking, like, house together, right? They would kill themselves. They would kill themselves. Imagine being friends with either of them. Oh, I mean, the thing is, I feel like people like this are totally normal with their friends, right? They're probably totally normal with their friends, maybe a little bit kind of like dramatic and histrionic and hysterical, but mostly okay. It's gonna be when they're with somebody 24/7, cannot move away. They sleep together, they eat together, they wake up together, they brush their teeth together, right? That's gonna be where the issues come in, because they can't cool off. She's clearly mentally ill. He's, well, we saw the diagnosis from Psychiatry UK earlier. He is mentally ill, right? These are both people with like mood disorders, probably. I know for him, I don't know for her. Well, is it a mood disorder or a personality disorder? Let's call it both.
Together. Alice got upset at me and told me that she hated that people were saying congratulations to me and calling him mine in my comments, so I removed the posts. Even after me and Alice moved in with each other, I was not allowed to do anything with the cat, as Alice had made it clear, like she has in this document, that he did not belong to me, and this led to her pushing and slapping me for interacting with him or treating him like he belonged to us both when we were living together. Alice has tried to hide that she had been physically and verbally abusing me, would gaslight me, and that she would even attack me to paint her abuse as purely reactionary, which is not the case. Alice never shows that I was reacting to constant abuse at any point to make it seem like I would react terribly for no reason. I struggled massively with the constant mental and physical abuse that I faced throughout our relationship, and it had affected me severely to be in this situation constantly, as our arguments would devolve into name-calling and pulling each other down. I am ashamed when I read these texts back of how I behaved when we would argue. To resort to insults is unacceptable, and it was never okay for me to make personal jabs at Alice. Alice had found out that I had told my friends about the physical abuse because they had leaked my messages to her, and because of this, Alice claimed I was making up a contradictory story to hers to release publicly on my own accord. She does not mention that I was responding to lies that I'm a convicted abuser.
Bro, you're not coming after this again.
She had posted on her TikTok publicly, and that she had been going through and following my friends months after we had
I mean, this is the annoying thing, right? This is the annoying thing. He can talk about this, like, 35 minutes ago, and then you've probably forgotten about it. He's talking about the cat. Cat. Think about the cat. Talk about the cat. Boom. And then it's just solidified. Yeah, by the way, remember what I proved earlier? That she was calling me a, what? A charged, what, convicted abuser? Did she? No, she didn't. She didn't. You said, oh, remember when I proved that? You remember when I proved that? Yeah. But he couldn't fucking sandwich it now. Dude, it's so retarded.
Up, trying to get their attention to spread this lie, which ended up with my friends asking me to explain this to them after seeing the TikToks that Alice was posting online. I was reacting to Alice's public posts and lies about me, but Alice has hidden that she was constantly harassing me to make it seem like I'd gone out of my way to talk badly about her for no reason.
Whoa. Have we just travelled, what, like, an hour back in time? Why the fuck are we talking about this again?
And in reality, Alice was trying to isolate me and antagonizing me into responding to her for months. When Alice had received the messages from my friends, she accused me of lying. Alice said if I told people she hit me in our relationship that she would sue me, even though
we've already talked about this.
I was sharing privately that her posts alleging that I was a convicted criminal were untrue. Alice then proceeded to admit to hitting me during our relationship in the same conversation where she threatened to sue me for telling people that she had been hitting me. Alice then excused this behaviour by telling me it's okay for women to hit men if they are being an asshole. Alice mocked me for complaining about the physical abuse, as she believed it was justified, and then told me that if I wanted it to stop, I should make a public apology towards her.
What?
Alice told me if she wanted to expose me
looping
publicly that she would have posted a document about me. I later found out when my ex-girlfriend Jess messaged me that Alice had told Jess that she had been building a folder on me since January. Alice had stayed in contact with me for months where she antagonized me, threatened me, and continued to mentally abuse me so that she could knowingly put my reactions into her document that she had started building in January. Alice said that it wasn't like she had named me in these posts or made a video about me, but she had responded and deleted comments on videos she posted saying it was about me and that I was on Claire's Law, which again is a lie. My friends saw the TikToks Alice had been posting online as she had gone through and followed them all after our breakup. Me and my friends had a call where I answered questions about my relationship and I told my side of the story where I explained that Alice had been physically abusing me throughout our relationship. I made it clear that I did not believe that this was an excuse for my behaviour and that our relationship was toxic and it was not good for either of us, and that I was ashamed of how I had behaved. A friend of mine at the time, a YouTuber who goes by the name of ImAllexx, had messaged me in our group chat encouraging me to share more stories and all the evidence I had of Alice's abuse. He told me I could trust him and that because we were friends that they weren't going to share any of it anywhere.
Okay, bro.
And that it would remain private after I made it clear that I was worried that it would be leaked. Alice messaged me with direct screenshots from the private conversation that I had had with ImAllexx and my friends. Alice had been sent screenshots from our private conversation, and it was clear that if I talked to anyone, she would know as she was following as many of my friends as possible. Alice said I shouldn't be lying about her hitting me, and that she would sue me, but as I've already covered in these texts earlier in this video, she then went on to admit to hitting me in these messages.
Bro, why are we looping and looping and looping and looping?
And in her document. Alice made it clear to me that I couldn't talk to anyone about what I had experienced, as she was now contacting all my friends and isolating me completely, which is exactly what I feared she would do, as she had made it clear that there was nobody I could talk to who she couldn't reach, as she was sending me my own conversations so that I would know that I couldn't get away from her or talk about what had happened with anyone, including my friends, as they were going to leak my messages to her. When Alice's document was posted,
It sounds like your friends didn't believe you. It sounds like your friends didn't believe you. And judging by the fact that, like, we're 40 minutes into your response, however many months later, almost a year, realistically, and you've got no new evidence you can show, and you just speak endlessly about this fucking cat. Yeah, I'm not surprised your friends don't believe you. I don't fucking believe you.
ImAllexx posted various stories and a document about me that contains many statements that are false. ImAllexx had messaged YouTube commentary channels after our conversation where I privately entrusted him with my abuse story, even though he told me that what I shared with him would remain private. According to the YouTuber Samuel, ImAllexx told him that I had refused to answer any of his questions despite us having an hour call and there being various messages and a conversation disproving this, as it was leaked directly to Alice.
Hey, I just thought I'd come in to say that I've spoke to Alice, the ex of Alex, and I've also spoke to ImAllexx. According to ImAllexx as well, Alex has sort of ignored people, like ignored everybody, sort of gone into like a recluse, not messaging anyone back. Not even messaging ImAllexx back about their podcast that recently failed. Nothing like that.
I was incredibly confused as I did not understand why these people had been told lies about what had happened when Fraser had told me that I could trust him with talking to him about the abuse I had gone through and that it would remain between us because we were friends. ImAllexx posted on his Instagram story that I had refused to talk about this and has shared messages of him discussing my relationship with other people. He says, but the man never wanted to discuss it with us ever. I had spoken to Fraser on a few occasions about how I was struggling with Alice and how it was upsetting me, which directly contradicts what Fraser has posted publicly on his Instagram stories. Fraser wrote, we thought they
mean, let's be real, mate. The fact that all of your closest friends completely fucking went against you on this one, despite their best interests, content-wise, right? Kind of speaks to the fact that this might not be incredibly convincing. That you might be giga-fucked. You might be raped. In fact, I think you are, right? All of these people have an entrenched interest in you being innocent. They have an entrenched interest in sweeping for you. And if even they, everybody that surrounds you has cut you off. One person. Is there one person Is there one person who stood by him? A single person in his orbit that stood by him?
We're still together or seeing each other, lol, and that he suspected that we kept breaking up. After I finally felt like I could talk about this when I believed Alice had left me alone, I opened up to him that the last 4 months had been very hard for me. Fraser never shows him asking me about Alice or any of my messages to him, as it would show that he was lying, as I was the one who had tried to arrange a call with him privately after I had been confiding in him with the issues I had had surrounding Alice. Fraser wrote, "The dude never discussed personal stuff with us, lol, solely just YouTube and games. But Alice had full access to my phone when we were together, and was threatening me after our breakup if I mentioned anything to anyone, like she has done after these messages I had with Fraser were leaked."
Saying I used to hit you is insane, and I can sue you for that. Brother, you're the one with all the money. She's the useless fucking bed blob. Let's get back to this raped individual.
And I did open up fully and honestly about what had been going on for that year when I asked him to call, and in the messages that he has cropped out. I had asked him to call multiple times, and I had told him that I was free to speak to him whenever. I tried to arrange multiple calls to talk about the situation, as you can see in these messages on Facebook.
Why are they all gay? I contacted you immediately after she posted the DMs of you being verbally abusive, and you said that was bad. When I asked you for your proof, you never sent me anything. You said you couldn't. I'd like to talk if you can. I'm not upset. I have updates. I really can't. I'm with L, but just tell me here. And I spoke to other friends of ours. I know people like to treat this like a game, but
I was willing to answer
the amount I feel lied to in the situation
questions even after
makes me want to stay as far away as possible. I already feel like everything here will be sent to somebody else. It's driven me to the lowest point ever. So fucking emotionally manipulative, dude. Speak to him like a normal individual. Oh, can we call? Oh, can we call? No. Freak. Little weird, manipulative freak. I was going to use the F slur then, okay? But I stopped myself. Yeah, he's like, just speak to me here. I asked you for comment, I asked you for evidence, and you said you couldn't give me any. I'd like to talk if you can. I'm not upset. I have updates. Just text me, dude. Just fucking text me.
My messages had been leaked. In the live stream, Samuel says that I was a recluse, that I went home because Fraser had told me that I should go see my parents and that I should take time off from the internet. To say I didn't attempt to...
The live stream, say his name. Say his name. Laraze HD.
Talk to him about this is a barefaced lie. I understand him not wanting to be involved. I am not his responsibility, and he should not have to answer for my own personal problems just because we were once friends. However, what has been posted publicly is not true, and therefore I believe it is only right that I correct this. Fraser has intentionally cropped our messages that he posted on his Instagram story to portray a version of events which is not true. Since the conversation me and Fraser had, where I made it very clear in the messages that I had been at fault, Fraser has lied that I tried to claim that I was a victim. In reality, I explained that it was complicated and that I had been at fault. And that
I'm sorry, this does not hit as hard, okay? This disagreement does not hit as hard when you've spent all this time trying to paint yourself as a victim.
Our relationship was very different from what Alice had posted publicly that they had seen. In a document InAllexx posted responded to allegations that were made against him by his ex-girlfriend Kirsty, InAllexx made a series of comments about me. Fraser claims that I am a widely disliked content creator, and that I have been since 2019, and that he only remained friends with me because he is a loyal person. I find this rather odd, as Fraser told me that I could trust him, and that he wouldn't talk to anyone, and then spoke to strangers with YouTube channels that interviewed him, and then shared what he'd said about me publicly. Fraser goes on to then downplay...
To be fair, okay, that is fucking brutal. Dude, that is awful. That is awful. Oh my god. I'm sorry, yes, you are widely disliked. You are widely disliked.
play our friendship, as Kirst accuses him of openly admitting to her that he was only ever friends with me so he could use me to further his career as he benefited from me. I would like to make it clear for context that I didn't know Kirst personally and I only ever met her on one occasion. To make posts where she acts like she knew me in any way, shape or form personally is odd when our paths only crossed on one occasion. Fraser denies this by claiming that my YouTube channel has been on a decline since 2019 and that I am no longer relevant, mentioning that I was a widely disliked content creator, so it couldn't be possible that he was using me. For someone who apparently wasn't using me, ImAllexx seems to have a lot of knowledge about my relevancy in YouTube statistics over a 5-year period, as shown in his statement. Fraser claims that I was always disliked. Someone who apparently wasn't using me, ImAllexx seems to have a lot of knowledge about my relevancy in YouTube statistics over...
I mean, what? Even at my fucking small level, okay? Even at my small level, who am I using for fucking clout? I'm not using anybody for clout. I have associations, and the people that I have associations with, I just, you know, I've got a general vibe for where they are. What? That's such a retarded fucking point.
Over a 5-year period.
Especially when these are YouTube nerds that obsess over every single little bit of, like, metrics and shit like that. These people talk about fucking CCR, like, it's fucking insane. Chud, Queeman often fight with dickers. Huh? Huh? Your associations often criticize you. I mean, it's true. They're very nasty.
Shown in his statement. Fraser claims that I was always...
Look at him, you want us to think he's rational? He is rational. He is rational, and he's very optics cucked, okay? He's very rational, and he's very optics cucked. So yes, I think that this has taken him months to prepare. He's written a script for this, okay? This is very, very intentional. All of this is very, very intentional. If you think it's not, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know. You can say that he's not rational. You might not think he's smart. He is. You might not think he's in the wrong. He is. This is not a good response. But this is the best response that he can give. After months. Months. What has he been doing? Apparently, edited work. For, like, bigger creators. And working on this. Right? Rational, based on our accordance with reasonable logic, Lamau. I did not say he was stupid. I said he was irrational. But you think he's irrational? It's not a good argument. He's not making good arguments. He's clearly pretty rational, though.
Disliked, and that he was seen as an idiot for being friends with me, and then he wrote this in this paragraph. As you can see, this...
Ignore rationality, okay? Ignore rationality. He is doing a nice little bit of spin, right? He's doing, like, PR spin. Ignore rationality. This is all, like, intuition, right? He's trying to kind of shift how people view things, right? It's not about rationality. It's all about, like, public relations and, like, perspective, right?
Allegation is really strange to me. Yes, I regret being friends with Alex, but the suggestion I benefited with him is actually quite wild to me, considering it was a public thing of how disliked he was.
Yeah.
I actually was seen as a bit of an idiot for remaining friends with him, and truthfully, that's a fair criticism.
Why?
These statements confused me as Fraser asked me personally if I wanted to start a podcast with him. I said yes because I believe that we were friends. Me personally if I wanted to start a podcast with him.
You're raped.
I said yes because I believe that we were friends and that he was asking me because we had been for years as we had spent a lot of time together. Fraser writes in his document, and in mid-2023 we started gaming a lot more together and speaking way more than we usually did. And that obviously led to us making a podcast that lasted 4 episodes. October 2024.
4 episodes. Oh, man.
And that obviously led to us making a podcast that lasted 4 episodes. October 2023 is around the time I had moved out of London. and to suggest that we became friends after the fact is disingenuous. We had hung out regularly since we became friends in 2018, and we used to go on holiday abroad together. We had also kept in contact just as much when I moved away. To portray our friendship as only being a recent thing is just completely untrue. Fraser moved away. To portray our friendship...
Back when Alex was living with the people he lived with, I did really speak to him much. Dude kind of went MIA other than YouTube stuff, as he had a new set of friends, which is pretty normal. Only summer year, Alex only started... I mean, he's not saying that it's a new thing. He said, oh, what? I've always been friends with him. Seen Alex about once since 2023. The good dude never discussed personal stuff with his lol, solely just YouTube and games. I mean, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard about Alex, right? Continuously. He does this kind of like, he'll hop from like friendship group to friendship group to friendship group from friend, right? He does this again and again and again and again and again. It's just like social climate bullshit.
Friendship as only being a recent thing is just completely untrue. Fraser's statement is also incorrect, as we have actually also done 5 episodes of our podcast instead of the 4.
Man. Actually, our podcast has 5 episodes, not 4. Just wanted to correct that little inaccuracy. Dude.
That Fraser wrote in his document. Fraser travelled over an hour to visit me a month before Alice posted her TikToks and stayed at my house with friends as I had moved outside of London. In our own podcast, Fraser says that we would talk every day, which is why we decided to start the podcast in the first place.
I've been a big fan of podcasts that go on and are just super casual between friends, and there's like 150 episodes.
But that's why I feel like this isn't going to be like your last ventures, because for one, you've always done it high budget, which is not like a thing to criticize, but it's like this is on Discord, like, and we speak to each other. We speak to each other every day. We're on calls, so like, there's no reason for us. It makes sense for us to. We talk about YouTube all the time. We're always speaking about things going on. It makes sense to just get on camera like once or twice a week and just speak about it on a long form, hour to 2 hour thing.
After our call, Fraser didn't reach out to me at any point.
I'm guessing he's saying that he hasn't seen you, right? What is it? What did he exactly say? Listen, who the fuck is this? Why do I care about this InAllexx cunt? I do not give a fuck. What has this got to do with anything? When are you talking about this?
Fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't.
This is what everyone wants to talk about. This is what everyone wants to hear. Why not discuss this? Why not discuss this? It seems like you're trying to argue that this fucking Alice girl is bad, which I agree with. You know, she seems not good. And then you're trying to argue that ImAllexx is like a mean guy and has lied about how close he was with you. And he also lied about doing 4 podcast episodes with you. It was actually 5. Dude, what is this response? This is weak as fuck. How many months?
I asked him if
put the fries in the bag, bro. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Fuck me.
Leaked our messages, and when I saw the clip where Samuel claimed that Fraser had told him that I had been avoiding him the entire time, which as you could see was at no point true. Fraser posted on his Instagram story that I refused to share the private messages I had with Alice with him. But the reason that I didn't share them is because I was worried that they would be leaked, which is exactly what happened after I spoke to him. Fraser posted that he believed I might sue him for posting these stories, but I have no intention of doing so, and there would be no reason to worry if what he posted was actually true. Alice had followed everyone in my friendship circle months after our breakup, and was using my friends to gather information on me by posting videos that were intended to get a reaction out of me by falsely claiming that I am a convicted criminal. Alice wanted to find out what I would say to defend myself to my friends so that she could build the document backwards from this to make it look like I was lying. If Alice hadn't continued to harass me privately and publicly, I would never have had to tell my friends that she had been abusing me throughout our relationship. But due to the constant harassment, I was left with no choice. Alice wouldn't only just threaten me privately, but would also threaten me when we went out in public. Alice had threatened to punch me in the street, and then it began shouting at me.
Grow up. Grow up, the fuck. Stop taking it out on me. What's the point? Can't deal with it. Speak. Don't just start making a call and then shout at me in public and threaten to hit me. I was doing what you wanted in your time, not mine. You went too far. You did. I'm literally crying. No, man, like, you don't get it at all. You can't just be nice. No fucking clue what this is even in reference to.
I walked away from Alice as soon as she had threatened me, and this is the text conversation that we had as I was walking away from her. I told Alice that she had gone too far by shouting that she would punch me in public, because we had had a small disagreement about me visiting her house, as Alice had told me that she was embarrassed, and she thought that I would leave her if I went over and saw her family and where she lived.
I'm embarrassed, and I don't want to have you over just for you to leave. Then you finish that with saying that's the point and call me dense. Proves my point, enhances my insecurities, does no help. So thank you. Okay. Go home or talk. I don't care anymore. I was talking. You was being mean and not understanding me. Okay. Kay, grow up, to be honest. Stop taking it out on me. What's the point?
Alice sent me these messages and then said that she had...
Yes, I was gonna get her to pick us up and ask her. Could have waited. You're the one who stormed off. You're the one who's being explosive, self-destructive. Now what? Still come over? Don't know. Judge. I'm thinking. Yep, good one, Alex. The whole thing from earlier to now. Nice boyfriend is just like, I did nothing wrong earlier.
Done nothing wrong. I told her I didn't know if I wanted to come over anymore, as she had just threatened to hit me in public.
When did you say that to her?
Alice had shouted that she was going to hit me so loudly that I got a comment from someone who had seen me walking away after Alice had shouted at me.
Bro, I saw you a year ago in Sevenoaks, and you were having a fight with your girl. I was walking with a girl.
Which I sent to her on iMessage. Not only did Alice threaten me throughout our relationship, but
What?
she also blackmailed me throughout the entire time we were together and afterwards. Alice has written in her document that after our breakup, I begged for
I mean, that's a cool law point. That's got nothing to do with anything, like... Is that even proof? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's cool. It's like, oh, wow, you got a YouTube comment about, like, the fight you had with your girlfriend in public. But... past that.
Come back. And I also sent gifts and a letter to convince Alice to get back with me because I wanted her to forgive me. But this is not an accurate version of what had happened, and it is a lot more complicated than Alice has portrayed. She had intentionally lied and left out hundreds of messages and events that do not show the reality of what was actually happening.
Okay. Now, to be clear, okay? She may have left out messages, okay? I'm willing to accept that. She may have left out messages, but... I mean, dude, it's... Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. This is on 2 times speed. Ooh. Yeah. Dude. Okay. What's the response?
Alice was continuously blackmailing me and had been abusing me for our entire relationship.
We've
I had
heard you say
tried to
that
leave
before,
our
yeah?
relationship at many points, and Alice has taken this and wrote in her document that I would threaten to break up with her as a form of manipulation. This is
I mean, that sounds to be, yeah, kind of accurate. I don't know.
not true, and I have shown that I tried to break...
Or actually, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. With the dynamic that we've already kind of like looked at with their relationship, I could see it genuinely being a thing where he flits between being like in love with this girl and then thinking like, fuck you, I want nothing to do with you, right? And have that be a genuine like emotional like flux. I could very much, especially with how nasty a lot of this has gone, I could absolutely see him like weaponizing a breakup or a threat of a breakup purely for the fact that it will get her to like, it'll bring her to heel. It'll get her to lie down like a good fucking dog. To borrow a phrase.
Break up with Alice after she physically assaulted me and blackmailed me, and I stayed because she would threaten me if I tried to leave. When I told Alice I did not want to be involved with her anymore after we broke up, she began posting online the lie that I had a criminal record and that I was on Claire's law. Alice then...
Have I just like skipped? I actually had to check the time on the video, dude. I actually had to check the time on the video to make sure I hadn't like accidentally skipped back.
Manipulation. This is not true, and I have shown that I tried to break up with Alice after she physically assaulted me and blackmailed me, and I stayed because she would threaten me if I tried to leave. When I told Alice I did not want to be involved with her anymore after we broke up, she began posting online the lie that I had a criminal record and that I was on Claire's law.
This is really... Man. How many times has he brought up this fucking retarded fucking argument? If I... There's a way to search through transcripts, right? Criminal record. Criminal record 8 times. Claire. What would it be? What would it be? What would it be? He's just making sure we understand. Claslaw. God, our fucking our accents are giga retarded, huh? Dude. Dude, he brings it up so often, man. Okay, I think this should be the last time. It should be the last time.
Alice then started posting TikToks about me, and this led to the situation that she orchestrated when she had begun to follow all of my friends after we had broken up, so that I couldn't escape her. At one point, Alice told me that she wanted me to plan something soon, and then she said I should make her dinner. This is completely contradictory to the claims that Alice has made in her document, where she says she had no interest in talking to me, as in reality, she was emotionally manipulating me and blackmailing me while she was writing a document on me at the same time, trying to dismantle my life. Alice accuses me of being manipulative after our breakup, even though when I tried to end things, Alice threatened to call the police and lie about me if I didn't back down. Alice said that I am the one who asked her to dinner, when as shown in these messages, it was Alice who asked me. And Alice...
Make dinner. Dude. After I ended the relationship, he tried to manipulate me, telling me we just need time, that would change, and begged me to give him a chance. Okay.
One who asked her to dinner, when as shown in these messages, it was Alice who asked me. And Alice...
Fine. I have to sleep, okay, that's fine. I just don't want to think I'm ducking. This weekend, yeah, I'll try and sort a lift and pick up. What we doing? Let me think. I can get some stuff in, maybe. Yeah, she's saying that to clarify. This weekend, yeah, I'll try and sort a lift and pick up. What are we doing? Let me think. I can get some stuff in, maybe. Like, I can buy some stuff in. Make dinner? He says yes. Dude. That's not an order from her. Oh, dude, okay.
Alice has constantly accused me of doing the things that she has done in her document. Alice would continually emotionally abuse me and manipulate me whilst threatening me so that she could build her document on me.
And this is the most fucking worthless, meaningless point. Has anybody said, like, oh, that ImAllexx guy, he's really bad? Yeah. He was inviting this girl to dinner. But I don't even remember this detail from the original document. This is a single line. This is what a worthless fucking response.
Which she has constantly lied in. Alice complained that after she had moved out, I didn't seem panicked enough and sent me this text message. I moved out. I thought your mind would be more panicked that I won't come back. Alice also sent me text saying she had left because she wanted me to know what it's like to be without her. We had many conversations about getting back together, and when I realised I was being emotionally manipulated and blackmailed by Alice, I tried to break it off on multiple occasions. This is when Alice began to start posting about me and following friends and making threats. Alice has written in a document that I had refollowed girls that I had slept with, and that I had told her I was going to refollow everyone that I had unfollowed for her. Alice had gone through and isolated me from my friends throughout our relationship, and was even stalking me after our breakup. I sent her this message to show that she was no longer in control.
Where's the evidence for any of that? Where's the evidence for any of this stalking, or trying to separate you from your friends, or any of this?
Control of me, and could no longer make me stop talking to my friends. Although we had been broken up
Wait.
for months, no longer in control of me, and could no longer make me stop talking to my.
It is so fucking weird that you pissed me off and now you mad. And you now mad that you will die. That you will die for liking that tweet. No, I won't. That's not it. Ha ha ha. I don't care about that. I apologize for that. I'm going to refollow all the people I unfollowed for you. If you're going to be like that, then it can be like that. Read my messages, you asshole. It sounds like she doesn't care about that? What?
My friends. Although we had been broken up for months at this point, Alice was still messaging me about the girls that I had followed on Instagram or friends.
I want to sleep, so I don't care about it anymore. Yeah, well, we not know what we don't like now. And I guess you still care. That wasn't my point, though, at all. Again, let me tell you. So we've sorted it now. I now understand with that message the other day, it wasn't deep. So I get it. And I understand. I don't care what you decide. I don't care for what you decide to fuck. They're all going to be clapped and ugly anyway. Good luck finding better than me. But my point is, if you're doing that, please stop messaging me. Okay. Okay. What's the date on this?
Friends that I had refollowed. Alice sent me this message saying that any girl that I speak to would be ugly anyway, and proceeded to insult them after claiming that.
Whoa! Clapped and ugly. Dude, I fucking love that. I don't know if there's a US equivalent of just calling a girl clapped. It's just a really funny way to say that she's ugly.
She hasn't tried to stalk me or tried to control me in her document.
What the fuck is this stalking claim? Where the fuck is this stalking claim coming from?
I refollowed my friends when it became clear to me that I was being manipulated and blackmailed by Alice. This is because Alice had unfollowed them on my phone. I did not follow many girls that I had had relations with, and we had not been together for months at this point. Alice has posted texts and videos of me begging for her back and apologizing to her. I understand how irrational my behavior looks, as I was going from one extreme to another emotionally. I was desperate for any form of solution, as it is clear from the voice notes and videos that Alice has shared that the constant emotional manipulation was having a severe effect on me.
No, it's very clear that you're an emotionally wrought freak. But no, it's very clear. Everyone clearly knows. Everyone could clearly tell. Everyone was saying just how much the emotional manipulation would. Come on, man.
I was saying whatever I thought I had to at the time to end the constant arguing, fighting, and blackmail. Alice would string me along intentionally whilst blackmailing me and threatening me if I didn't do exactly as she had asked. She would then tell me to send voice notes
Leave a voice note, I'm going to bed. Jesus Christ. You don't want me to do that. You don't want me to do that. I wanted to talk like adults. You won't. So that do. So that's it. You okay. Huh? If you want to block me and go separate ways, just say though, like, I know you hate me. We can sign something, I don't care. So I feel that in the texts. I don't want to block you. I've tried calling maybe 200 times.
apologizing if she would refuse to call me on the phone after making accusations about me cheating on her or being physically abusive, and threatening to tell people things about me that were not true. Alice had threatened me throughout our relationship, and I did as she asked in the hopes that the constant harassment and lying would eventually stop. I was worried that if I didn't do as she asked, that she would post more lies about me online. I would send Alice voice notes apologizing because I did many things wrong throughout our relationship. I should not have retaliated with the horrific language and insults, and I was deeply ashamed that I had lowered myself to that type of behavior.
You called her the N-word, Alex. Let that sink in. You called her the N-word. You equated her to a black person. How do you think she felt? How do you think she felt? You've got nothing to say, have you? You've got nothing to say for yourself. Disgusting.
I continued to apologize because Alice had begun to lie about me and harass me after we had broken up. I found out later when my ex-girlfriend Jess contacted me that Alice had told her that she had been planning this document since January, the month that we had broken up. I was already aware that Alice had been planning something when we were together, and she would tell me that she would add stuff to our notes after we had had arguments.
Whoa. Now, to be fair, the adding shit to notes is weird. But what happened earlier, because if you remember, it was the 19th of October, she screenshotted something because she'd send it to her mum, right? She'd screenshotted something, text that she'd like sent to her mum at the time. Exactly what for? It's not really clear. But he's insinuating here that, yeah, she's been planning it for ages. She's been planning it for ages. Well, is it January? Or was it October? Or was it all the way through your relationship? Or when is it? Because you haven't got a current, like, idea of exactly how long. The first time that she says that she's been preparing it is since January when you broke up. You want to insinuate it's all throughout the relationship. And that's why she's got this corroborating evidence of texts that she sent to other people from the time. So,
some fights, and that if I ever broke up with her, she would post what she had on me on Instagram, and that I needed to change my behavior for her to work things out. Me and Alice stayed in contact for months after our breakup, and I told Alice that I was going to get 2 new kittens. Alice said that if I'm going to get 2 new
leave them alone, mate.
Kittens, I must not be planning on her moving back in, but I was under the impression that we had broken up and that our relationship was over. Alice was still trying to control my life and the decisions I made, using the possibility of us getting back together to control me, as I hoped that if we got back together, that means Alice would no longer blackmail me. I later realised that this was done intentionally so that Alice could use my breakdowns from the stress for her document. Alice also...
Where's the evidence of any of this?
Claims that I had been harassing her after our breakup and that I turned up to her house to return items with a letter as proof of this. This entire story she has written is untrue. Alice wrote he ended up sending things to my house like teddy bears and flowers, his hoodie that had been sprayed heavily with his aftershave, and a letter to try and achieve this. Alice has made it look like I'd taken it upon myself entirely to send her a letter and a teddy bear, and that I was turning up to her house uninvited without...
Well, no, I don't know if that's true. He sent it through a gift thing, right?
Warning to deliver her things. This is a complete lie, as Alice had asked me to send her this letter and teddy bear directly, as shown in these screenshots. Alice sent me a TikTok about writing her a love letter, when I followed up by sending the
what?
Screenshots. Alice sent me a TikTok
when was
of
this?
letter and teddy bear
January 26th.
Directly, as shown in these screenshots. Alice sent me a
date idea. You apologized to me through a love letter. Then we can get back together.
TikTok about writing her a love letter.
This is
when
weird,
I followed
to be
up by
fair.
sending the TikTok to Alice on iMessage, I asked her if this is what she wanted. She said,
This is a very fucked... I don't understand why the fuck. What the fuck is going on? What do you want when you sent these? What did you want when you sent these? Sorry for the outburst. Every day is harder. Every day is harder. Oh, man. Okay, so this is January the 26th. And then, when is this? I'm going to get a cat. What did you want when you sent these? sorry for the outburst, everything is harder. And then February 10th, sorry again. I don't feel like you do that why I was so upset on my birthday. I waited for you, it's hard. I'm gonna go to bed, I will read your reply tomorrow. I've been working for weeks cleaning the house, get rid of all the boxes. Yeah, I wanted you to do that 2 months ago. You had to go at me at 4 AM. Yeah, so you do you, I just don't expect it. I mean, she's saying I wanted that over 2 months ago. Huh? Okay.
Sending the TikTok to Alice on iMessage, I asked her if this is what she wanted. She said, you do you, I just don't expect it. Alice has not included this, as not only does it show that she had asked me to do this, she was also blackmailing me at this time and threatening me when I didn't do as she had asked. I had also asked Alice if it was okay for me to deliver her the items she had left behind and let her know when I was coming so that it wasn't a surprise to her. Because
I mean, I don't expect it. I mean, with the frosty fucking reception.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Kelly Marie Appleby tipped £5 through Super Chat. Despite everything, now his moolah is running dry. Do you think Alex will make a successful comeback?
Thank you for the £5. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. If he was to come back, he might. He might. Maybe. But I think his reputation is going to be staying for quite a long time, right? But he would have people who watch his videos. Yeah. I mean, in terms of like the kind of slop mainstream like topic commentary format, right? I mean, he's been in it so long that he could. If he just started making videos tomorrow, he'd be able to come back to some kind of success. This response, is this going to do anything for him? I don't know. Does ImAllexx have like hardcore fans left who are going to be like DGG foot soldiers that you can like send out for him? Like, he's not a streamer, right? He's not Destiny. He's not Hassan. He's not Asmongold. He doesn't have those like that like core fan base. I don't think so anyway. I don't know. Maybe he could. I'm really not sure. Thank you for the £5 though. That's super generous. Need to reset the bars. Thank you.
Alice had accused me of stealing her belongings, even though at no point had I ever done anything but offer to return them after she had left. Not only did I want to return Alice's items, but I was tired of Alice accusing me of stealing them when at no point had I planned to keep hold of them. Alice had not asked for them to be returned up until the point of claiming that I had stolen them. Alice has now used the letter that she asked me to write, and the fact that I had delivered her these items as a tool to create...
Alice, I'm sorry for not fixing my behaviour before. Wait, she asked you to write a letter? No. I'm fairly sure the contents of the letter are more important than her request. Although it does sound like she's playing games with this a little bit. It does seem like this is somewhat important context. I will say that much, okay? This is important context, which does, yeah, it colours things significantly differently. So, yeah, I'll give him that. This is kind of more this is more just stuff to mock you over, though. This is just stuff that's funny, that you can be mocked for, than, like, substantive meat of the allegations. So, I don't know.
Alice has now used the letter that she asked me to write, and the fact that I had delivered her these items...
She didn't ask you to write it, to be fair. She said, you can if you want, I just don't expect it.
...as a tool to create a false...
I want my Teddy. He looks like silk. He is. Where's Teddy? At yours. You need to sleep. With Minky. He's a Teddy. Still want my Teddy? I can send it. Yeah. You'll get it back. What shall I do? May as well do it all of you do. If. What? So, it sounds like she's got a teddy bear that he is in his possession, but she wants it back. By the way, okay? Little PSA for young men out there, okay? Any woman who's gotten into adulthood, okay, which has a teddy bear, stay away from, okay? If they've got it, like, on their cabinet, or, like, on their wardrobe, or, like, you know, it's like decoration, that's fine, whatever. If they can't sleep without it, though, if they take it to bed with them, demonic. Demonic. I haven't showed the whole time you've been here. That's true. Listen, guys, if you want to, I'd appreciate it. If you're watching right now, if you just give it a like, okay? It takes 2 seconds, and I appreciate it a shit ton. Helps me out, okay? If you want to go one step further, you can send a super chat. You can send a super sticker, okay? Super chats get read out. Super stickers I have to read out automatically, okay? Yes, very, very close to 1K. They can get watch page ads, okay? What am I away? Like 40. Like 40 away from 1K. Come on. Thank you very much. Chill over.
Narrative about me. On top of Alice making requests, it was clear to me that she would continue to threaten and blackmail me if I didn't do exactly as Alice had asked, and accusing me of stealing is just one example of this. Alice has also gone on to accuse me of smashing up her belongings, which is a lie. At no point had I broken anything of Alice's during our relationship.
What was that image? That's kind of wild, to be fair. I've got an image like that, to be fair. It's kind of cool. It's kind of like punk.
Smashing up her belongings, which is a lie. At no point had I broken anything of Alice's during our relationship, and as you can see from these messages that Alice has left out of her document, she sent me pictures of her monitors a few days after our argument where Alice had falsely accused me of assaulting her and threatened to report me to the police because I had asked Alice to stay away from me because I no longer wanted to be in a relationship with her.
Huh?
After our argument where Alice had exactly as Alice had asked, and accusing me of stealing is just one example of this. Alice has also gone on to accuse...
He claimed the keys had fallen off my keyboard when he was packing it all away. When I got home and plugged everything in, I found my monitor screens were smashed to bits, the keyboard broken, and the camera too.
...me of smashing up her belongings, which...
Well, not quite, but
is
yeah.
a lie. At no point had I broken anything of Alice's during our relationship, and as you can see from these messages that Alice has left out of her document, she sent me pictures of her monitors a few days after our argument where Alice had falsely accused me of assaulting her and threatened to report me to the police because I had asked Alice to stay away from me because I no longer wanted to be in a relationship with her. I told Alice I did not know how this happened, but I offered to pay for new ones to avoid any more arguments, as I was already drained from the constant false accusations, threats and blackmail.
Really? Both monitors were fucking smashed. The keyboard doesn't work and the camera doesn't work, and you've got no clue how that happened. I don't know, okay? Do I think that Alex was there with a fucking baseball bat, fucking bang, bang, with a brick, yeah, fucking smashing everything up? It's like, no. But I feel like he's probably like those guys at fucking, what's like the airport, luggage handlers? You know what I mean? Yeah. This is it.
It's a sight that would have travellers fuming.
This is him. This is Alex right here, okay? This is Alex packing away all of Alice's shit, putting it in the car. Fucking bang, bang. Dude. Wouldn't put it past him to be a monitor puncher. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Intuitively, yeah. We've got no evidence of that, though.
Alice has fabricated a story about me breaking her glasses in her document, which is a lie.
He still blamed me for our arguments And to get back at me, he started with petty things, like breaking my glasses without me knowing, and throwing them away in the trash. He even helped me go look for them, pretending he was innocent until I finally suspected he did indeed throw them away, and he laughed while admitting to doing so, acting like it wasn't a big deal. Why are we talking about your fucking glasses, dude? I mean, why are we talking about the glasses? We've got such good material right here to talk about.
Fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't.
Dude, I didn't even realize it was 2 times speed. It sounds even better like that.
Alice has fabricated a story about me breaking her glasses in her document, which is a lie. Alice used her notes as proof that this had happened, but has invented this story retroactively, as shown by the fact that it had been added after she had moved out, specifically for the document. Alice has posted videos of me threatening her in arguments.
Okay, so she says it happens. He says it doesn't happen.
And firstly, I would like to make it clear that it is completely unacceptable under any circumstances that I did this. I said horrific things in these arguments to hurt Alice, and we both said careless things to each other in the hopes that we could annoy the other person and upset them when we started to fight.
What did you say, Alex? What did you say, Alex? Fuck! I can't get a timestamp for the N-word. Fuck. Come on.
You act like you're looking up yourself. Nigga, neither did you. So, it's fine. Don't worry about what it is. It's fine. You act like you're looking up yourself. Nigga, neither did you. So, it's fine.
What did you say, Alex?
The language used in our relationship had become deeply normalized, and I'm incredibly ashamed that I contributed to that. I was
Say what it is. It's fine. You act like you're looking up yourself. Nigga, neither did you. So
Okay, I need to stop playing that because my VOD is probably going to get taken down if I keep on playing that, dude.
fully aware at the time that this was completely unacceptable, and nothing makes this behaviour okay. Alice has continued to lie about the nature of our conversations and made this tweet.
I never used the word dog on him. Are you okay?
She denied calling me a dog at any point, which, as shown in this text message, is a lie. In this thread of tweets made,
What?
dog at any point, which, as shown in this.
You're always right, Alice. Yes, I am. Well done. Good dog. No, I'm just speaking nice next time, pup. Okay, 12-year-old enough situation. Oh, fair play. Yeah. She did call him a good dog. Okay. What's the context of that, though?
I made this tweet where she.
Ba-da-da-da-da. Wait, what the fuck is this tweet? Holy shit, dude. And as she said, quote, I was around him so much that I used words like the N-word because it was so normalized with him. Maybe he felt the same with the word dog. What, dude, what is
she
this
denied
even
calling me a
about,
dog at any
dude?
point, which, as shown in this text message, I made this tweet where
This
she
is all the
denied
way in
calling me a dog at any
September.
point, which, as shown in this text message, is a lie.
Wow.
In this thread of tweets made, people accused me of being drunk in these videos, which is untrue, and Alice even corrected this and told people that I did not drink throughout our relationship. Since Alice posted these, she has accused me of controlling behaviour in a document and has lied about me many times in these stories that she has shared. Alice accused me of threatening to break up with her for liking followers' tweets, but has left out the singular tweet that she had liked and that we had had an entire text conversation about, as it would show that Alice was lying. When she was asked if these tweets were to do with cheating on Twitter...
Willie Macho? Willie Macho reference? What? What? How the fuck is Willie Macho in here? Okay. He was following girls he was in relationships with previously. I do note this in my statement. Sorry, it's messy. not to be rude, but you didn't answer my question. In your doc, it says in your doc, it says he called you names because you were replying to followers, and then you found out he was following exes. Was this the context of these arguments about cheating? No. No one cheated.
Alice said no and denied this. This, once again, is a lie. The entire conversation Alice references here is about
This is a lie. I cheated. Giga Chad. Could you fucking imagine?
And this is why she doesn't include or show the tweet and the hundreds of text messages that prove that she is lying once again, as she gaslit me and insulted me for hours and is now trying to make people believe an entirely different story. After our first date, Alice liked a tweet from a follower that said they could treat her better. As you can see from the screenshot of this conversation, I was not trying to control Alice. I was asking why she had liked a tweet that I felt that was disrespectful, and was telling her it made me uncomfortable when I was trying to resolve the issue. At no point did I tell Alice to unlike fans' tweets, as that was not at all what our conversation was about, and I didn't make any demands or threats like Alice had claimed about her fans. I sent Alice the screenshot of her likes as it had come up on my timeline. Alice was instantly dismissive.
Hey, I could treat you right, all I'ma say. 2 days ago! Okay.
And then told me that she had done nothing wrong after she had started to ignore my messages. Alice then said she had liked more tweets and that she didn't care, and said bye to...
To be clear, I don't know, I would feel a little bit uncomfortable if my girlfriend was liking stuff like that. Especially with being such like a public figure. Yeah, I don't know.
Try and end the conversation. Told Alice how it made me feel and that I didn't like that she wasn't taking how I felt into consideration.
Is this cheating? Is this cheating?
Told me it wasn't a big deal, and then began to ignore me. This would happen often when I would bring up any issues with Alice. She would stonewall me to discourage me of trying to talk about any issues.
Huh? Stonewalling? Is this stonewalling? Stonewalling is not when you're, like, hurt and, like, don't really engage with a conversation. Stonewalling is when you refuse to engage with somebody at all. At all. It's not just in that conversation where you're a little bit like, oh, okay. Right, yeah. No, I get you. Right, you're trying to, like, not engage and kind of, like, you don't really want to talk about it, right? Stonewalling is when you, like, don't speak to somebody at all. It's just, like, the silent treatment to the extreme.
Into consideration. Alice told me it wasn't a big deal, and then began to ignore me. This would happen often when I would bring up any issues with Alice. She would stonewall me to discourage me of trying to talk about any issues that I have.
Although this doesn't feel like... Well, stonewall you. I just picked up my phone, stopped freaking out. I just don't like what I saw. Okay then. I've already said what I've needed to. Yeah, I just feel it's disrespectful you've said that.
When I told her again it was disrespectful, Alice dismissed me. Alice then started...
I mean, also, to be clear... Dude... Stonewalling is not normal relationship behavior. Stonewalling is not normal relationship behavior. If you need to take a break, and that's communicated, and it's like, listen, I can't talk right now, I'm just a little bit overwhelmed, okay? I'm just going to take a break. No. All your exes did that? I mean, listen, if you're like talking over text and whatever, and then they just like, they're upset with you, and don't really talk about you, right? Sorry, don't really talk to you for like, I don't know, a few hours, it's whatever. Maybe a day, they're really like annoyed with you and like whatever, right? But this is usually when people are like living together, right? It's like they're just nothing. It's somebody usually you're emotionally dependent on, like a significant relationship. But yeah, it's not normal, it's not healthy, it's not good. But also, Alex here is saying it was disrespectful. That's not a way that you want to talk through problems, especially like this in your relationship. You don't want to label it as disrespectful. You just want to talk about your emotions and how it made you feel. Because what, does she have to agree that she disrespected you to then like agree with you? You know what I mean? I mean, it's not perfect, but it just seems like this is just unhealthy conversations both ways. But why are we talking about this?
Telling me 80% of her DMs were people saying that they could treat her right, which didn't make me feel reassured at all. I didn't feel like Alice was trying
It's a random, saying you treat me right, aka 80% of my DMs.
Help, and I started to feel like Alice intentionally wanted me to feel insecure. Alice says that I am the one doing this and not her, and blames me for even bringing it up in the first place, as if I had started this argument when I was reacting to something that Alice had done that had upset me. Alice would do this often and would turn my reactions into the start point of arguments, totally ignoring what she had done that had upset me. Alice refuses to apologise again and says she had done nothing wrong. I told her it was disrespectful to do something like this publicly, and that I didn't like it. Alice replies sarcastically, saying she is sorry she ruins my rep, and asks me what I want from her again. I then told Alice she was clearly trying to avoid saying anything to reassure me, as she had gone out of her way to do the opposite. Alice then claims she actually did reassure me, and then sarcastically texts me that she won't ruin my rep again. Alice then begins to mock me for wanting her to apologise, and then says sorry for liking a fan.
Okay, this just sounds like really unhealthy communication. Yeah. I do not feel reassured.
Tweet, which is
yeah, she's a dysfunctional freak, okay? Dysfunctional freak. Dysfunctional freak.
is not at all what I had an issue with, as Alice has tried to portray here and in her document. My issue was with the way she would treat me, and now she would have been upset if I had done something similar. Alice has lied again about why I was upset, and has hidden the hundreds of messages of me trying to have a conversation about this, and then has written in a document something that is completely untrue. Alice then tries to make me feel bad for bringing it up, and was adamant that all she had done was reassure me, and I told her that what she had done wasn't enough. Alice then starts to swear at me and insults me. This annoyed me, and I told Alice she can call me when she got back, as texting was clearly not working. And as a couple, I felt that now we needed to call to settle this issue, as it had become way bigger than it needed to be, as I felt Alice was now intentionally trying to upset me. Alice then says I tried to force an apology out of her, but at this point I was just upset that I felt that I had been forced into asking for one that wasn't genuine after Alice had continued to mock me. Alice then accused me of being the person who was throwing a fit and continues to downplay that I was upset that what I had seen was disrespectful and on some level a form of cheating. Alice says I heard you, to which I respond indeed.
Bro, she claimed that I was throwing a fit. Look at these text chains, man. You don't get what you want, and you went off. Instead of communicating, get pissy and throw fits. I mean, that is kind of true. Then say, I ruin your rep. I mean, yeah.
Respectful, and on some level a form of cheating. Alice says I heard you, to which I respond in detail of why I felt like everything Alice had done was not acceptable or an apology. I felt I was communicating clearly, but Alice mocked me again and said, yes, Dad. I then got upset even...
Bro, it gets even worse. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. You get to a certain age and people just like no longer develop. At this age, you either have communication skills and conflict resolution skills, or you don't. At this age, if you don't have them, you're at 25, and you still haven't developed like an awareness that this is a retarded way to like resolve a conflict in a relationship. 25, and you haven't learned, you're fucking raped, dude. You just swear off. Just swear off having like long-term fucking relationships. There's probably something fundamentally wrong with you if you're like this fucking as raped as fucking Alex. There might be something fundamentally wrong with Alex. He might just like not be able to like have emotional relationships with people over like long term because he just cannot. He clearly cannot manage like negotiations or emotional communications with people. Alice, to be fair, is like emotionally retarded, and she's even worse than him in terms of communication, but he seems to fly off the fucking handle way worse than she does. Holy fuck.
Even more because I felt I was being belittled and mocked.
You were.
Alice then sent me another sarcastic apology when I mentioned again how disrespected I had felt. Alice then calls me a baby and tells me she doesn't understand why I was upset at all in the first place. Told Alice I felt she was more concerned with having to say sorry than she was about me being upset, and that her response threw me massively. Alice calls me a child and immature. I admit I could have handled things better from the start, but from reading these conversations back, it is clear to me that no matter what I had done, I was going to be mocked and insulted for bringing up how I felt. I then asked Alice if she wanted to talk on call instead, as I struggle with
I don't know if that's true. I just listen, I accept that I don't think Alex knows a better way to have handled that. That was probably the best way he knew how to handle that situation, which is like, what? Not freak out at her. Not scream at her. Other than that, what does he know about how to handle it? He doesn't, right? Dude. Didn't his ass break up with her? No. Pretty sure she broke up with him, no? Dude, the timeline is so fucking muddled. He threatened to break up with her a shit ton. Who actually ended up breaking up with him? I don't know.
Communicating over text, and I thought that would make it easier. Alice then tells me that she's going to scream at me. Alice continues to insult me and calls me a baby again. I told her that this was not necessary and that I didn't like having to fight with Alice to be taken seriously. Alice responded by spamming...
If you're getting into this... Dude, she started spamming... Go read. I'd said more than that. Go read. Go read. Idiot. Go read. I did. I fucking did. Which is why you start mocking me instead of, like, reassuring me. Dude. I mean, I essentially, what we're seeing here is two emotional retards trying to communicate and, like, resolve a very common issue, right, in relationships. Very, very common issue. And what's happening? You're essentially getting one retard who's trying to, like, show the conversation from his point of view and explain why she's out of line. Like, no. Anybody with a functioning, like, understanding of how relationships should be engaged with healthily is looking at this and going, dude, this is fucking rough. What are you doing, man? What are these retards doing?
Me with messages. I asked her to stop, to which Alice said that all of this had happened because of how I talked to her, blaming me for the whole argument, and gaslighting me that she had actually been reassuring me from the start. I made it clear again the issues I had with the way the conversation unfolded. Alice responded with insulting me again and blaming me for why she'd tried to belittle me and hurt my feelings. Alice says I did not acknowledge her or her apology, but at no point had Alice apologized to me in these text messages at all in any way. Alice at first tries to gaslight me and questions it being a sarcastic apology. She then says that it's what I wanted to hear, and then proceeds to gaslight me again that I have misinterpreted the entire conversation. I start to get annoyed at this point as it's clear that Alice is intentionally trying to gaslight me about what had taken place. Alice then proceeded to argue with me and spam me again. Alice begins to gaslight me again to avoid apologizing, and when I tell her to read it from my perspective...
This is like, oh my god. I mean, anything I'm going to say is just going to be, like, obvious. Literally, this is like watching somebody who's never played chess before play chess, but they also, like, have no fingers. This is what this is like. It's like, you can point out the mistakes they're making, but it's, like, fucking obvious. Dude. It's like a fucking deaf kid trying to play a fucking instrument. It's like, he is going, yeah, I mean, it sounds retarded, it sounds stupid, but what do you expect? What do you expect from this little tortured gremlin right here? Look at him, what do you expect? Yeah, Alex is retarded.
She calls me Delulu. I called out Alice for gaslighting me, and she replied saying she says it how it is. Alice has gone on to write another story in her document about me which is completely untrue. Alice writes in her document that after going through my phone she found pictures of my ex-girlfriends on there, and this once again is a complete lie. Alice says he ended up being secretive over his phone to what I then discovered was him stalking his ex on all social platforms. In brackets, it's been years since they broke up, and found her old NSFW pictures he kept of her. He said sorry, and that was it. Alice also showed a message that says, it was never an issue before, so why is it now, in regards to going through my phone. This is because I had refused to give Alice my phone. Alice has created this story and put it in her document, despite saying on Twitter that at no point did I ever cheat, which makes no sense, as that is what she accuses me of doing throughout the entire...
No, she's not accusing you of cheating, retard. She's accusing you of being a weird creep. and having nude pictures of your ex-girlfriend from years ago still on your phone. That's what she accuses you of. It's weird behavior. It's creepy behavior. The fact that those are like just easily findable. If you've got them somewhere in an old like Google Drive and you've got like no idea, I mean that's one thing, right? Like an old like Dropbox or an old Google Drive or like something like that. It's like, oh, what? I didn't realize I still had those. But like, you can find them from just like what, scrolling through your phone. That's all that's being alleged. Dude, this is the fucking dregs. He's trying to like distort what she's saying with the nudes into like a cheating allegation.
Entire document. Alice had complete access to my phone and social media from the moment we began dating. And the moment I tried to stop this from happening, Alice got annoyed at me, accused me of cheating, and threatened to break up with me, but has cropped these messages out of her document. Alice had full access to my phone from the moment we began dating, and would come in my...
I mean, to be fair, I mean, listen, I don't want to say something too extreme. If I had access to my girlfriend's phone, and she had access to mine, and then all of a sudden, that was revoked, with no, like, inciting incident for that change, yeah, I would be suspicious as well. I don't know what to tell you. I would find it incredibly suspicious. At the very least, I'd want to have a conversation about why this is now, like, changed. Why we've had this change in our relationship, right? I'm fairly sure everyone would. Overall view of the response so far? Well, I think the most critical point is that he still hasn't mentioned this part. Where is it? Yes, yes, yes!
And that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut.
Yeah, so... Dude, I mean, he picks off the most retarded points. In places, it just seems like he's having to intentionally misconstrue what people are saying in order to actually, like, hammer home a point. And his entire thing seems to be, like, taking down other people rather than defending himself. He's not going after the meat of the allegations. He's picking apart, like, at the edges. It's like, oh, she said this in, like, a tweet that got, like, 10 views. She said this in a text to ImAllexx privately. She said this when she replied to Willie Mac Show. Like, dude, how about you address the fact that, like, I don't know, you said you'd bash her fucking skull against the wall. Maybe. Potentially. Or just take the fucking L. It takes him ages to actually address the serious stuff. He spends a large chunk of time on who owns the cat more. If I have to hear one more thing about this stupid fucking Clara Law shit, I'd tear my fucking hair out. Literally, it would have been good. Well, this would have been it if he was, like, you know, innocent and stuff. It would have been good if he just went through and just addressed boom, 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 boom. Just the entire document. But he's not. He's fucking just jumping everywhere, addressing random fucking shit. With no rhyme or reason. And there's the fucking cat again.
Room daily to check on who I've been talking to. This started the first couple weeks into dating after Alice slapped me because I had been invited to a party in LA by a TikToker. I didn't respond to the message and showed it to Alice, which resulted in...
I mean, is there any evidence...
her still being upset at me for being in contact with any female influencers or friends. Alice told me she would only feel better if she could slap me, and if she was allowed to go through my friends list and unfollow and block people, which became a regular occurrence throughout our relationship.
Motherfucker, unfollow Emily Black and every other nude slag right now. Bear said so. Also, he's sick again. Okay?
Alice forced me to cut contact with many girls that I had known for years, and I allowed...
Well, it just seems like it's just like she wants you to unfollow girls on Twitter that are like posting their pussy and shit.
This because I did not want to be slapped over something that was easily preventable. I thought it would be easier to let Alice have access to my phone than to potentially start a fight that would end up with me being hit or having my phone taken because I would be accused of potentially cheating on Alice.
Again, there's not. He hasn't established this, like, ever-present threat of, like, physical abuse. All throughout it, he seems to be far, far, far more concerned about whether he's allowed to, like, sexually harass the cat. That's his primary concern throughout a lot of these texts that he's talking about. He can say that, well, she screenshotted it at the time to try and make this narrative when she's got corroborating evidence, contemporary evidence from the time when she was messaging her parents to tell them about this physical abuse she was experiencing. She's got that. But even in the text between them, he doesn't seem too fussed. He doesn't spend a lot of time talking about this ongoing physical abuse that he's now alleging happened. Totally bizarre. Totally bizarre.
Even though I never replied to these messages that I received. In the instance that Alice is referring...
He's making it sound like she beats him every night. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, I think... Might have to go back and check later on. But I'm pretty sure he actually, like, alludes to that quite strongly. That this was daily. This was daily beatings.
...to, I had refused to give her my phone because I had reached out to a friend of mine and I had told them that Alice had been hitting me, and that I didn't know what to do about it as she had threatened and blackmailed me when I had tried to leave our relationship. Alice had tried to grab my phone out of my hand, which is why she sent me these text messages. Alice would come in my room and take my phone off me on random occasions daily to go...
Wait, we got screenshots of that? That would be important. That would be really important.
...go through my socials, which she admits to in this document. I hadn't deleted the messages of my friend, so I refused to give Alice my phone because I knew if she found out I had told anyone about the abuse, things would get worse. In the text Alice shows in the document, she leaves out that I said she could come and take my phone if she wanted it. Alice then threatens to leave me if I don't let her look at my phone, after calling me guilty for holding on to it when she tried to take it out of my hand by force. Alice accused me of cheating and stalking my ex-girlfriends because I would no longer give her access to my phone. On this occasion where I held onto my phone, Alice tried to take it out of my hand and then pushed me when I refused. To make it clear, I at no point had access to Alice's phone, and I had never asked for it. For our entire relationship, Alice had full access...
So you never even asked for it? Why are you complaining that you never had a... Okay. You're making it sound like it was one-sided, but it sounds like it's something you weren't even interested in. So why complain about it? He says there's hundreds of messages of her admitting to the abuse he received. Where are these said messages? I've got no clue. I've got no clue, dude. This is such a fucking raped response.
Access to my phone, went through my following and text messages, and would threaten me and hit me if I refused to hand over my...
Okay, I'm sorry, won't happen again. I just don't want to talk to anyone right now that isn't you. Where's Bear? Shouldn't have happened in the first place. Bear is sleeping on the chair right now. Can I see? And what's he saying? What's this supposed to prove?
Went through my following and text messages, and would threaten me and hit me if I refused to hand over my phone or unfollow people who I knew. If I refused...
Okay, so that doesn't prove that at all, to be clear.
She would take my phone later that day and unfollow them anyway. Alice would accuse me of cheating because she knew I would hand her my phone to show her that I hadn't been. I find it incredibly confusing that Alice has accused me of controlling behaviour when Alice has openly admitted in this document to having full access to my phone, to the point where she has written a story about me where she was upset that I refused to let her take it off of me, as if I was the abusive one for not letting her have it. Alice wrote in her document that time passed and small things became huge issues which were over Discord at first. Alex felt that because I am home all day and work from home that I would be able to call 24/7 and completely shut out any other social interactions I have with my friends. To avoid that, I invited him into my groups and I stopped working as much. This is untrue. Alice had told me that she wanted to quit her job as an OnlyFans model. It was her idea and not mine. The arguments about work stemmed from many things. We would both insult each other and belittle each other. Our relationship was horrifically toxic, and none of this is acceptable. Alice had willingly invited me into our friendship circle to play games with her and her friends, and I had invited Alice into mine. Alice would insult me when I was working, and would insult my friends when I would play games with them, and accused me of not spending any time with her. We were both incredibly toxic, petty, and mean to each other. And painting this behaviour as one-sided is unfair and untrue. We had both behaved despicably, And the more time we spent with each other, the more toxic our relationship became.
What's this got to do with your allegations? What's this got to do for your response? Sure. She was mean. I mean, this seems like ribbing from the screenshots he just showed for a picosecond. Because the move is stressful. Yeah, why not with me? I only get sad that you go off with them all day, and then I get less than an hour with you, because you go to bed soon after you call me. Get longed off for Jake Baz. And whoever else. Wait. Huh? Maybe hang out with me earlier, instead of playing with losers. I've been up. You've been up. Because if the move, I'm in bed right now, you chose to spend the time we can with other people. I don't care. You're asleep. About the schedule, idiot. I woke up and had nothing. So no, I wasn't. Stop turning it, or trying to find a way out. This isn't even confrontation. It isn't even confrontation. It's not even something to battle. I'm just saying it's a thing and it's making me sad. That is almost decent emotional communication if she wasn't fucking spamming it across 50 messages. I mean, she's just communicating that she'd like some kind of change. I mean, that isn't even that toxic. The only thing she could say is toxic here is, like, instead of playing with losers. Dude, this actually works against the argument he's trying to portray. Oh.
And painting this behaviour as one-sided is unfair and untrue. We had both behaved despicably, and the more time we spent with each other, the more toxic our relationship became. After I moved in with Alice, Alice wouldn't let me go see any of my friends, and when I was invited to a party...
It sounds like you spent a significant amount of time with your friends.
Alice wouldn't let me go see any of my friends, and when I was invited to a party, Alice told me that I couldn't go. Me and Alice argued in person about my...
Rather you didn't, but it's your call. Okay, I won't. It's a big event. Won't be... Will everyone be in one place? Surely it won't be the last party. Yeah, but it's the 10-year one. Gotta be a joke, right? I'm gonna have huge boxes and shit. And you're gonna be there. I can't... okay, well, something about a fucking delivery. Okay. I can come back early, I'll just leave early, I guess. That'd be nice, I guess. You joking. Or in the morning. Okay, it seems like they're having an argument. Okay.
My invite to this party, and Alice told me that I couldn't go because I had responsibilities, although at the time I had had nothing planned and I was not aware that I had something to do on that weekend. The more the conversation went on, the more Alice told me that I would have to deal with the consequences if I went, and it made me very much feel like I was not allowed to go.
Dude.
Deal with the consequences if I went, and it made me very much...
You're the one throwing a fit like a kid. Because I said, you have responsibilities. Go. Well, if it was something I had to be here for on Saturday, you can deal with it when you get back. Obviously, nah, okay, don't then. This sounds like he is a little fucking child, and she's like, oh, well, we've got some stuff, like, planned. It's gonna be, like, big. It's like, oh, okay. She's kind of bemoaning the fact that he's, like, you know, got shit to do. Or, like, he wants to go to this party or whatever. She's kind of bemoaning it. Because there are things that, like, you know, need to be done or whatever. Like, chores, I guess. And she's like, okay, you can go. It's just there's gonna be, like, stuff you're gonna have to do. And she's not, like, ooh, super enthusiastic that he's, like, going off to this party. Obviously, it's not taking her, so it's like, whatever, she's probably not gonna be feeling great anyway. She's not gonna be like, whoop, whoop, super fucking happy, right? And then, what? He just seems, like, super fucking ass-mad that she isn't saying, like, oh yeah, it's totally okay, I'm really thrilled to be doing these chores on my own. That's kind of what she wants him to say. He's like, ooh, and poking, and poking, and poking, and poking, and poking. Just constantly, just to try and get her to say, oh yeah, this is totally okay, I've got no issue with no, this is totally, but it's more of a vibes-based thing that he's trying to, like, poke for. Yeah, she seems like a bitch. He seems like a massive F slur. I mean, she's definitely being kind of bitchy with it, but if you look at the explicit text, she's like, I'm not the one throwing a fit like a kid. I said, you have responsibilities, go.
I feel like I was not allowed to go. Alice then began to guilt trip me and tried to make me feel bad for ever suggesting that I wanted to go to see my friends in the first place.
Yeah, she's being a bitch. But she's not being controlling. You can deal with the backlash after. Sorry, I would have loved to go, but I have to look at my cat is having surgery. You go. I'll have someone over to help. You won't get off my back if I say no, so go.
When the party ended up happening, I didn't go, and all of the things that Alice said that I would have to be responsible for didn't happen, as it was not true.
Alice then stonewalled me. Dude, these text messages were sent one after another, okay? There's not long enough of a break that it even gives like a new time. I don't know if she stonewalled you.
And it was simply being used as a way to keep me from going.
It sounds like you're spurging.
Throughout the time we lived together, Alice had friends and family around on multiple occasions, but I was not allowed to do the same. Alice was going through my phone and cutting me off from people I knew and would argue with me if I spent time in my office working or talking to the few friends that I had left. I had chosen to live near Alice and her family because that's what she wanted. But when I wanted to see my friends and family, Alice would make excuses for why I couldn't leave the house. Alice has posted in her document that I didn't ask her to move in and that I just assumed that she would. Not only do I find this accusation odd, it is also completely untrue. Alice's mum drove us to viewings together, and it was something that we had been planning for months. I did multiple viewings of Alice, and we ended up picking a house together and moving in with each other, which would not be possible if I hadn't asked, as we were both on the lease. This is something that we had mutually discussed, and I do not understand why Alice has written this. Alice says in her document that she told me she was scared to move in, and has screenshotted this exact text message in real time so that it could be used to build her document that she had been writing throughout our relationship. I was incredibly confused at why Alice had messaged me this after all the viewings we had gone to together. Obviously, I was not unaware of how horribly toxic our relationship was, as I tried to leave at many points, but I had been threatened or blackmailed out of doing so. I believe that Alice sent this so that she could
threatened or blackmailed, and we've got no text for that. Anytime he says something like, I don't know, interesting or notable, or like something that she hasn't already shown in her text messages, we've got no evidence of it. I mean, you can point out that it's suspicious that a lot of these text messages are screenshotted on the day, right? You can point out that that's like interesting or, you know, kind of bizarre as much as you want. Ultimately, at least she has fucking text messages. What new shit has he shown at all?
Retroactively build the full story she has ended up sharing publicly on social media, as there was never any concern for her safety shown at any point before this, and that's because I was never physically abusive towards Alice, and she knows this, as the only person constantly complaining about being physically abused was me. Alice had
I don't know if that's quite true. How many times has she complained about you, like, getting her in a headlock? And, like, covering her mouth? No?
complained about me insulting her, but as I have shown, I would react badly to the constant physical abuse and gaslighting that I was being put through, which Alice has completely denied and hidden from her document. Alice has also gone on to accuse me of kicking her in her document.
No, that's not true. She admitted to fucking hitting him. And was she not the one who showed that text message where she's like, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know. She was the one who showed the text message where she was talking about, you know, who hasn't hit a guy who's an asshole. Right?
What she has written is a completely false version of events. Alice says in her document that on her way out of the kitchen, I kicked her in the back, and that she turned away and said nothing. This story has been changed many times since this argument took place. When it happened, Alice texted me saying that I had only stuck a leg out. This is because I never kicked Alice, and her story has been greatly exaggerated to make me look like I had been physical with Alice throughout our relationship instead of her. Alice texted me recalling events after she had left, as we had texted each other about the argument that we had just had, and it's not at all what she has written in her document. Alice has taken...
Okay. So what, we speak about the cat at the fucking start, and now we're getting to, like, what, you contesting some of the instances of physical abuse. At the very fucking end, in the last 30 minutes. What the fuck is the point of that? I can't figure out exactly what the intention is, but this seems very strange. This seems very strange. Why is this left in the last bit? I can't quite figure that out. I feel so sure this is because there's something to that. Exactly what, though? I've got no clue. Anyway. Listen, it's, yeah, it's like 1:30 for me. So I'm probably going to leave it there. Fuck, I'd hoped to get through all of this tonight. But it looks like I'm going to have to call it quits there. Even there, I sound incredibly gay. But those nipples are huge.